All right, we're going to get started next minute. We're going to get started in another minute. Go all the way. All right. Very good. Good morning. Today is Wednesday, July 8th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of July 2026. Before we get started, I would like to ask everybody to please silence their cell phone. Now, to honor the United States of America and our recent 250th anniversary of this great country, we have a special treat to start the meeting. So may I ask that all of you rise and join us in singing our national anthem. Chief Luke Rippey drew short straw, and he will be leading us, but I encourage each of you to participate in this moment. So thank you very much. Chief.
Thank you, Chairman. Oh, say,
can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly at the twilight's last gleam, those broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you. Thank you, Chief Rippey. You did a great job. Let's hear it for Chief Rippey. Very good. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right. Thank you very much. Today we'll be covering all items noted on our July agenda. With that, Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon. We are happy to hear comments from the public, as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. With that, let's start with Carson City. If there's anybody in Carson City wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to be heard. Seeing none, is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium to be heard. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Lopez, and I'm a bellman at Station Casinos Green Valley Ranch. I was supposed to give a public comment on June 10th during the Gaming Control Board's meeting, but I was pulled over. I was pulled over because my registration expired. My registration expired because I didn't have the money for the registration. As a bellman at GVR, I make over a little of minimum wage. Minimum wage is $12 per hour, and my hourly wage is $2.11 over that. I believe that one job should be enough, so my coworkers and I earn fair wages with predictable guaranteed wage increases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please forward or provide your documentation to the enforcement agent in the room. Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Ira Gianen for the Culinary Union, TUYANEN. We are submitting a 35-page excerpt of a 180-page transcript made of a testimony heard by an administrative law judge on June 5th, 2025. The witness, the former Assistant General Manager of Red Rock Resorts and Palace Station, and the current General Manager of Sunset Station, testified about the certification process of station During the hearing, the general manager was asked, yes, just again, on this, you're reporting the MUD numbers to the vice president on general counsel 158, and he responding, not good enough at this point. And that I understood your testimony to be, well, I asked you what? Good enough for what? And I understood you to say whatever process he was involved in. Did I capture your testimony so far correctly? The general manager confirmed, yes. He was then asked again, but you knew the process he was involved with had to do with the certification, correct? The general manager clarified, I knew that trying to understand our team member's situation as to how to move forward. Yes, he was asked again, move forward through potentially decertifying the union, correct? The general manager responded, potentially. It is unlawful for an employer to take part in union decertification effort. The 35-page excerpt and exhibits it discusses provide revealing details about the involvement of station executives in the decertification process of station properties. We asked the board to review it. We would also like to add a brief update. On June 10th, the United States Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit in Washington, DC, issued a per curiam decision on the Red Rock Casino case, upholding the National Labor Relations Board's findings that included a carefully corporate strategy intentionally designed at every step to interfere with employees' free choice whether or not to select the union as their collective bargaining representative. 2 days later, Red Rock announced that its chief legal officer was retiring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please provide your statement to the enforcement officer in the room. Very good. I'd like to take this time to make a couple of public comments. To begin with, Agent Don Minchef of the Corporate Compliance Unit unfortunately passed away on June 30th. Don worked for the GCB Investigations Division for over 18 years. Before that, he worked for the federal government for 33 years, so over 51 years of service to his state and to his country. Don was the last remaining original team member of the Corporate Compliance Unit when it began in 2016. He had a huge role in forming that team. He will be greatly missed. And so I'd like to ask everybody to please stand for a moment of silence in memory of Mr. Minchef. Thank you very much. One other announcement, at the end of this month, Investigation Division's Diane Presson, the Investigation Service Manager and GCB Agency Liaison, will be retiring. Diane Presson has lived in Las Vegas for over 40 years, having moved from Southern California way before it was the popular place for Southern Californians to migrate. With over 10 years in the gaming industry, Diane decided she wanted to try the regulatory side and accepted a position in the Investigations Division with the NGCB in 2001. Diane began a career working on non-restricted investigations and moved to the independent agent team, where she developed a registration and renewal process for the registration of independent agents. Diane was promoted to supervisor of the independent agent program in 2008. In 2011, Diane took on the responsibility and role of the board's agency liaison. As the liaison, Diane was responsible to thousands of gaming regulatory inquiries from around the world and is responsible for coordinating training and meetings with national and international governmental agencies. Her team averages 2,800 responses annually. She also has worked with various other gaming agencies to establish MOUs. In 21, she was promoted to Investigative Services Manager. And then in 24, during the State of Nevada Employee Recognition Week, Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo recognized Presson for her outstanding accomplishments. Diane is also a graduate of the Nevada Certified Public Managers Program. Her small team of only 3 agents and 1 support staff have completed registrations of over 300 independent agents, including 73 in 2025, 100 independent hosts, 64 associated equipment manufacturer, distributor registrations, 39 service provider, and 15 hosting center locations. Diane has been a great asset to the Nevada Gaming Control Board and to me, especially during my first year of service. I very much appreciate all of her support and guidance and wisdom. In particular, she had a role in us crafting the AML regulations, which were passed a few months ago, among other things. So Diane, we wish you all the best in a very, very well-deserved retirement. Thank you. Member Sendall.
Thank you, Chairman. I echo all the comments regarding Ms. Presson. Had an opportunity to have lunch with her last month. I was down in Vegas for the June board meeting and got to know her even more on a personal level, but a professional level, working on the AML regulations. Everything she's done for the board, her history. She's just a wonderful person, leader, and I congratulate her on everything she's done at the board and her service to the state, and look forward to what she might do in retirement for fun and coming back and perhaps working in the industry. Who knows? So thank you, Diane. I also wanted to touch a little bit upon the passing of Dawn. Mr. Minsheff worked here in the Carson City office, and when I started last year at the board in January 2025, I went around and got to meet everybody, and he had all these beautiful plants in his office. He took care of them, and it looked like just a greenhouse in there. And when I met him, he's like, he'd already fully retired from working with the federal government, FBI. But he said he came back to work here because of the people, because they're so great. The work was great, but it was because of how kind and wonderful everybody was, and that I would do great here and not to worry, and that, I was in good hands, and everybody at the board was so welcoming. And I still remember that when I started, and rest in peace, Don. So thank you.
Thank you very much. With no further comment, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval for the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for June 2026 and the disposition for the special meeting held on June 25th, 2026.
Thank you. We all have had the opportunity on the board to review the disposition. So would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, Chairman Dreutzer, I move to approve the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for June 2026 and the disposition for the special meeting held on June 25th, 2026.
Very good. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreutzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. We'll turn then to our non-restricted agenda for July 2025. Our first item of business is the consideration of the matter on our non-restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on this agenda item, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigation, and because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with this item, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, with that, please read into the record the item on today's non-restricted consent agenda.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Adam Barba for finding of suitability and or licensure as a trustee, beneficiary, director, and or officer as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications for registration of the Adam P. Barba Living Trust as a holding company and for licensure as a shareholder. It is also the application of Sierra 76 Inc. for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the application of Sierra 76 Inc. doing business as Sierra SIDS to add a condition. Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Michael Pegram, Amy Pegram, and Gary Carano for licensure as a manager and or key executive at Sun Valley Casino LLC as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Are there any discussions on these items?
None by me. Thank you.
I'm good. Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Very good. Thank you. So therefore, seeing no further discussion, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion as to these matters?
Yes, Chairman Dreutzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda items number 3 and 8 on the non-restricted consent agenda as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. For non-restricted agenda item number 3, number 1, copies of all executed agreements and corresponding documents must be provided to the Nevada Gaming Control Board regarding the transfer of interest of Sierra 76 Inc. between the Marcy Barba Gaming Trust and the Adam P. Barba Living Trust within 30 days of execution. To add to Sierra SIDS' conditions, number 1, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With that in order, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreutzer?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you very much. This will bring us to our non-restricted item held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resort Group LLC for continuous or delayed public offering. It is also the application of MGM Resorts Manufacturing Corporation to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering.
Very good. Good morning, Mr. McGinnis.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Greenberg Traurig on behalf of MGM Resorts International.
My name is Chandler Pohl, Vice President Legal Counsel with MGM Resorts International.
Very good.
And this item is the shelf renewal application. Pretty straightforward, and
Yes, sir.
there is a order draft number 1 dated June 23rd, 26, which is in proper form. But we're here to answer any questions or provide any other information.
So I'll ask you a question, and I wouldn't necessarily expect, a full answer given the circumstances. But what can you say about what's been pending in terms of the transaction or the potential transaction with Mr. Dillon?
I can only say that what is publicly available has been made publicly available, and should more developments take place, it'll become public as well.
Very good. Could you speak a little bit to the potential uses for the shelf? How do you see that, and what is the strategic opportunity to have this approval?
I guess in very simple terms, the strategic opportunity is that it relieves the company from having to do an emergency meeting within the next 3 years.
Okay, but understand, working in parallel though, what sorts of things potentially could you use the shelf for?
I'm trying to think of it, right?
Well, I mean, it'd be, a refinancing transaction, a public offering of some sort. If there was an opportunity in the market to do something that would be beneficial for MGM, it provides the flexibility and the ability to go ahead and move quickly with the shelf approval so that it could hit the market appropriately instead of having to go through the more lengthy process with the board. And by the time you go through the process with the board and commission, then the opportunity might have passed. So.
Very good. I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you very much. I reviewed the materials. I had a couple of questions that were answered in the RUMP process, so I am prepared to support this application. Member Sendall.
Thank you, and good morning. Nice to see you both. Yeah, I mean, the main question I had, and I guess if there's anything you can provide, I know you're up next on the next item as well, but as far as just anything you can share, financial health of the company or how you're doing, any new prospects other than what you just touched upon in potential acquisition?
Yeah, I know the quarterly results will come out soon, and everything seems to be in order or as expected, but we kind of wait anxiously for those results ourselves.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate the information and your response to potential future use of the proceeds, if use of the shelf, issuing new debt, equity for general corporate purposes. Obviously, I'm assuming maybe pay down some debt for capital expenditures is sort of things at least I read that MGM's used it for in the past, and I would assume potentially in the future as most beneficial to the company as you see it. Would that be a correct statement?
I think that's accurate, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to support and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Member Todd.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Great to see you both here this morning, gentlemen. Very straightforward, 3-year shelf, no areas of concern. So Mr. Crowley here presented a very comprehensive report, and I'm also glad to support your application.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So with that, I believe we're in good form for a motion.
Yeah, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the shelf order draft number 1 dated June 23rd, 2026.
And that's the correct one?
That's the correct one.
Very good. Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much. With that, we'll quickly turn to non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resort Group LLC for amendment to order of registration. It is also the application of City Center Holdings LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you.
Good
Gentlemen,
morning.
please restate your appointment.
Yeah, once again, Sean McGinnis with Greenberg Traurig on behalf of MGM Resorts International.
Chandler Pohl, Vice President, Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International.
Very good.
And the root of this application being made actually goes back to an item that was on the December agenda last year. You may recall that there was a desire by MGM to potentially to take out MGM CC Holdings.
Right.
Because they'd be moving some of the intellectual property over. So we went through the December agenda, actually made the consent agenda for the commission, but then that transaction never closed. So they didn't end up doing that. So we had to apply to bring MGM CC Holdings back into the order of registration, and also at the same time to clean up and correct the percentage of ownership between Project CC and MGM CC Holdings. We had it reflected as 50%, but in accuracy, it should have been 65.79 for Project CC. This goes back to when Infinity World was bought out of City Center Holdings. It originally was 50% Infinity World, 50% MGM Resorts International. We came up, this would have been like, I believe, September of 21. And we got the approvals from the commission, the board and the commission went forward, did the closing. Everything was moving in order. Part of what happened with that at the time of the closing, and this is just to show there's just one transfer, and this is really a correction, is that because Infinity World was with the Dubai World and they were exiting, their capital contribution was then returned. And the process of doing that had a consequence of adjusting the percentage of interest according to this amount. And then when we discovered that when we were making application for the item that was on the December agenda, disclosed it at that time. So that was part of that. So we're here to kind of clean that up. And there's also one other item in the order of registration that Deputy Chief Crowley pointed out yesterday, which is to address removing that MGM Series Casino reference because they surrendered their license at the end of June.
Very good. Well, we appreciate the presentation. Of course, to me, the main issue was that the ownership percentages were not reflected properly. It's certainly in review of this situation. Clearly, it was not done intentionally. It was an oversight. So at that point, I turned my attention to making sure that you put into place procedures moving forward to make sure this type of oversight doesn't happen. Do you want to talk maybe about that briefly?
Correct. And Chandler was involved in this yesterday as well. It's internal MGM legal and also outside counsel is very aware of what happened. So the issue is to make sure in any future joint venture scenario in Nevada that there be a procedure in place. So we submitted yesterday after the rump call us a standard operating procedure for the legal department to review if there's any changes of ownership that would be proposed for a joint venture that MGM is a part of in Nevada, that we would correctly make sure that the ownership percentages are accurately defined definitively at the time of application, inform the board, but then also subsequent to receiving commission approval prior to closing, MGM Legal would then go in and reaffirm and recorrect and reconfirm that the percentages are correct so we don't have an issue like this occurring again.
Very good. Thank you. And I know I appreciate upon request, you provided that and closing off that issue. I accept that explanation. I'm in full support of the application. All my questions having been answered both today and yesterday at Rump. And just so we're clear, what is the exact order of registration version you're working on?
Oh, it's yesterday's version. It is July 7th, 2026, draft 2.
Very good. Thank you very much. I'm in full support. Member Saad.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for that explanation. That clears up any questions that I had. So I'm in full support of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Member Sindall.
Yes, yeah, thank you for walking us through that. I understand this occurred back in 2021. And I appreciate you addressing it and putting together a policy yesterday and being here. So hopefully this doesn't happen again. I understand unique circumstances happen and it's how you address it really, and that matters moving forward. So thank you. I'm in support as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, thank you very much. With that, I believe we are in good form for a motion. Would either of my colleagues care to make one?
Yes, Chairman Director, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Burt pursuant to the 64th revised orders of registration, draft number 2, dated July 7th, 2026.
Very good. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, very good. We'll turn then to, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 5. I'm sorry, number 4. Number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority for amendment to order. It is also the application of Kevin Glass for licensure as a key employee at FP Holdings LP, doing business as Palms Casino Resort.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Okaberg.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to the Palms and to San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority, which I will refer to as GHA. Next to me is the General Manager of the Palms, Kevin Glass. We are before you today in connection with 2 sets of applications. The first is the personal application of Mr. Glass in his capacity as General Manager. And the second is the application of GHA to amend their order. This is in order to reflect the name change of the tribe. The tribe's name has changed from San Manuel Band of Mission Indians to their ancestral name, Yuhaviatim of San Manuel Nation. And based on that change, there was updates that were required in order to properly reflect that within the order. We have reviewed draft number 1 dated May 19th. We believe that is in proper form. Because Mr. Glass is a first-time applicant, what we'd like to do is have him share a little bit about his background and then talk with you about duties and responsibilities, if that's acceptable.
That'll be fine. Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Okaberg. Mr. Glass, good morning.
Good morning. Hamintach, that means hello in the Serrano language. Appreciate your time this morning. Chair Dresser, Member Assad, and Member Sandell, thank you very much. I was born in Northridge, California, moved here in 1990 with my family. We graduated from Bonanza High School in 1995. I have over 25 years of hospitality experience. Just to give you a brief overview, I started in the industry in 1998 as a front desk agent at the Monte Carlo, and I worked my way up, including working at the Palms when it opened back in 2001 as a reservations, revenue, and leisure sales manager. I moved on to Station Casinos for a couple of years, and then I spent the last 6 years of my career as the general manager at the Downtown Grand. Came back to the Palms in 2021 as the vice president of hospitality, overseeing most of everything non-gaming. I was promoted to the assistant general manager in March of 2025, and most recently the general manager in September of 2025. As the general manager, I oversee all operations for both Palms and Palms Place. I report directly to Peter Arceo, as a management committee member, GHA management committee member. I oversee finance, legal, compliance, gaming, security, marketing, entertainment, and human resources. I have 9 direct reports at the property with 31 indirect reports directly underneath those 9. As I mentioned, I oversee all of Palms and Palms Place, which includes things such as operational and financial performance, leadership of employee management, and I tend to guest service issues, guest satisfaction, and I work closely with legal and compliance on potential liabilities and risks. As I mentioned, I report to Peter in his capacity as the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Management Committee. He and I meet in person several times a month. We connect via text and phone calls daily almost. And our discussions span on a wide range of topics, including gaming and patron trends, financial performance, marketing opportunities, and key HR matters. I also maintain regular communication with the board. Outside our formal board meetings, we are in touch often, and those discussions may cover a range of matters, including legal questions or broader topics related to the board. I'm also a student at UNLV, trying to finish up my bachelor's degree after being away from school for over 20 years. So that takes up a little bit of my time also. Hakupa'i, that means thank you in the Serrano language. I appreciate your time. I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glass. I appreciate that presentation. And first, before I forget, let me say, I definitely commend your going back to school after all this time. Life is just a never-ending learning lesson. So that you're in school now, I think it's a great thing. I wanted to ask you, first of all, with respect to your role, could you describe how many direct reports you have, and then in that context, how you manage the property and the overall the large number of areas of your responsibility?
Yes, sir. So I have 9 direct reports: the VP of Marketing and Entertainment, VP of HR, VP of Legal, VP of Security and Safety, VP of Finance, the AGM, the VP of Gaming. We're one big family. We're all on the same floor. We see each other and meet daily. And I'm briefed on anything that comes up with any of those direct reports immediately.
How would you describe your leadership style with such an important role at such a prominent property?
I'm a servant leader. I think my role is to kind of steer the ship, think strategically. My role is to take a look at where the Palms is going to be in the next 3 to 5 years. I started as a front desk agent, Chair Dreitzer, so I understand the operation. And at the Downtown Grand, when I was there for 6 years, I certainly had to get into the weeds. So as I mentioned, I'm a servant leader, and I'm there to work for the staff.
So given the location, and obviously the long history of that property in terms of the versions that it's had, what's your view about the Palms and where it sits in the Southern Nevada market? Is it a local property? Is it a tourist property? Is it a little bit of each? How do you view that in that tricky space?
We're predominantly a local casino. That's certainly, when we took over the property, we made a lot of changes in the last 4.5 years, and the local business is definitely our wheelhouse.
When you focus on the local business, what are you doing especially for the locals? How do you look at that in terms of the programs that you have, the marketing programs, things like that?
Sure, I don't want to give away any trade secrets, of course, but I think it's all about value and hospitality, right? It's giving the customers that come to our property a safe space that's clean, they have a good time, and they feel like when they leave, they didn't spend $10 on a bottle of water. And so I think that's kind of been our business model.
Given your leadership role, can you describe the culture of compliance at the property? And within that context, describe your AML compliance, but also I seek an answer around culture of compliance generally. So please ask to both.
Yeah, I mean, it's front and center. Compliance is of the most importance for us. We meet on that quite often, honestly, daily. If there's something that comes up at all, myself and our vice president of legal, who's in Las Vegas at the meeting, we meet immediately and talk about it. So, we've made a lot of strides there at the Palms to make sure that the KYC is followed, AML, and we take it very seriously.
I appreciate that. And so this is your first time applicant?
Yes, sir.
And what's your perspective on the process in Nevada?
Very thorough. Very thorough.
That always seems to be the answer.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I would say this: you have a extensive history in gaming. All of my questions were answered throughout this process. Your presentation today was very, very good, and I fully support your application. And as to the other change, I would like to say I, of course, fully support that, and I most certainly fully respect the tribe and their move towards making this change and reflecting their heritage. And I very much enjoyed meeting with tribal leadership at our offices a few weeks ago. So, of course, full support of that as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Sendall.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I just to kind of piggyback a couple more things. Can you kind of tell us why you decided now in 2023 to go back to school and get your degree, or is that facilitated or supported through your work? Are they helping pay for that? What does that look like?
Yeah, it was a combination of a few things. A few years ago, a former colleague and friend kind of just nudged me slightly and said, "You're considered about going back to school." I also had a colleague who reported to me, who single mom, who was putting herself back into school, and I was inspired by that. And I kind of, as I look back, I promised my mom I would do it 30 years ago, and so, and my wife is the most amazing, supportive person in the world. So all the stars aligned, and I just decided enough excuses, and I decided to just do it. And the board does participate in helping with that.
And so then are you taking like one class, 2 classes a semester? How does
I
that
take
work
one
with your-
class a semester,
Okay.
and it's all online right now. I just finished, actually, I'll be finishing summer school here in 2 days. I'm not going to be taking one in July, but I'll be going back in the fall.
Okay. And so at that rate, how much longer will you have?
Ooh, it's gonna be a minute.
Okay.
Probably another 1.5 to 2 years. So
Well, great. Well,
I'm gonna do it.
that's great. I was just curious and definitely unique in reviewing applicants now for over 1.5 years. That's very commendable and good for you, and stay at it, and good luck.
Thank you.
I also noticed you have a lot of hospitality background initially. So what precipitated the transition over to the gaming side? How is that? Have you found that different at all?
I've always been a student of the gaming side. When you're sitting in P&L meetings, you always see the stats, and I always paid attention. To be honest, the opportunity happened when I was at the Downtown Grand. Originally, I was hired to be the hotel general manager there. And about 2 or 3 months into the role, the casino person left. And the gentleman that I reported to at the time called me in the office and he said, whole property's yours. And so I had to learn, right? And I learned by asking questions, spending time on the floor, talking to team members, talking to customers. And I believe that I was really fortunate to have had the opportunity to do that at a smaller property. So it wasn't overwhelming. Now here I'm at the Palms. It's just, it just makes it that much easier for me.
That's great learning opportunity and growth. I think I read, and maybe if you can elaborate, did you have a director of finance recently leave, and are you filling that position? Or have you filled that position?
Yes, we have a new VP of finance started probably pretty close to 90 days ago.
Okay. And how's that transition? Is that been in-house or outside?
Yeah, she works for us. She's an employee, a great industry veteran of over 40 plus years.
Okay, great. Well, happy to, your first time applicant, happy to support your application. Thank you. And I wish you continued success. And I also support the name changes and I'm happy to do that as well. And I think you already stated you agree to the second revised order of registration draft number 1 dated May 19th, 2026.
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Very good. Thank you very much. Member Assad.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Okerberg, nice to see you as always. Mr. Glass, nice to meet you for the first time.
Sir.
Thanks for being here in person. I just realized that you oversee Palms Place as well as the Palms.
Yes, sir.
So I should probably disclose I owned a couple of condos when George Maloof had the property back in '07. Sold one. I still own one. So just to avoid any appearance of impropriety, I don't believe that a reasonable person in my shoes would have any conflict of interest. There's no real pecuniary interest to my ownership of the condo. So I will participate in this process as well. Can you, how do you pronounce the new name? I always remember it was San Manuel, but Yahavushin?
Yahaviatam.
Say that again?
Yahaviatam.
Yahaviatam.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the original native tribe name, I take it.
That's correct.
Very nice. Okay, cool. And then there are no areas of concern, no issues. I value your work experience, probably more so than your degrees that you're gonna pick up here in the near future. So you're eminently qualified based upon all the work experience you have in the industry itself. And I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you. With that, I believe we are in good form for a motion.
Yes, Chairman Draitser, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the second revised order of registration draft number 1 dated May 19th, 2026.
Very good. Thank you very much, Member Sandal. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal.
Aye.
Chairman Draitser.
Aye, the motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, very good. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Richard Leem and Stephen Scheinthal for finding of suitability as a director at Fertitta Entertainment, Inc.
Very good. Ms. Vermaze, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Sonia Vermaze from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. Also here this morning, all the way from humid Houston, are the applicants Stephen Scheinthal and Richard Leem. If I could give some background to these applications.
Please.
Back in April of 2025, the U.S. Senate confirmed the appointment of Tillman Fertitta to serve as ambassador to Italy and San Marino. In connection with that appointment, he submitted an ethics letter to the U.S. government, agreeing to step down from his roles as officer and director of the various companies that he controlled. One of those companies is the parent company of our Nevada licensees, Fertitta Entertainment, Inc. He stepped down as president and director. As a result of that, the Fertitta Entertainment Board was expanded to 3, and Paige Fertitta, Mr. Scheinthal, and Mr. Leem were appointed directors. Ms. Fertitta was also appointed president, and you may recall that her application with Nevada was approved last summer. These gentlemen have been with the company for a long time. Mr. Scheinthal started advising Mr. Fertitta as outside counsel back in 1988. He then joined the company in 1992. Mr. Leem has been with the companies since 1999. Both gentlemen were licensed as officers here in Nevada back in 2005 when the Golden Nugget was acquired. They were most recently licensed in 2023 in connection with the acquisition of Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe. This is obviously a huge enterprise. In addition to the 7 casinos and the 10 non-gaming hotels, over 400 restaurants, 4 aquariums, 2 amusement parks. It's a very, very large operation that these gentlemen oversee with not a very large staff, not a large management team, but they get it done. Added on top of that, as you know, in May of this year, Fertitta Companies signed an agreement to merge with Caesars Entertainment Inc. and take that company private. These 2 gentlemen are extremely busy with that transaction and are also filing applications in all the jurisdictions where Caesars subsidiaries are licensed. They are applicants in good standing and happy to be here today. We thank the investigative team for their work on this application under Deputy Chief Nathan Allen, Senior Agent Jamie Tan, and Agents Albert Mesa and Shimona Carroll. With that, each of the applicants is happy to step up and answer any questions you might have.
Very good. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Mesa. Where would you like to start? Maybe Mr. Scheinthal?
Good morning.
Morning, sir. Did you have an affirmative statement or you're just ready to take some questions?
I'm ready to take some questions.
Oh, very good. I had just a couple of questions for you. I know you've been licensed many, many times here. With respect to your role, it was noticed that the licensing team reports to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
But the compliance officer is separate. Can you explain how that is organized within your company?
Sure. So from a compliance standpoint, Nevada just passed a new regulation, and Sherry out of the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas was put in head of AML as well as compliance. And so she reports duly to the property head, which used to be Chris Latil, but he has since left. Now it's Jerry Del Pret, who's the designated GM, and also works with Peter Shook, who is the property CFO. From a licensing perspective, my assistant does all the licensing applications. And so she's in Houston, Texas. Sherry is in Nevada. Sherry's also responsible for AML with respect to all the other casino properties that we have.
Very good. Can you describe the culture of compliance of Fertitta Enterprises and
Sure.
how you view that?
Yeah, sure. So we take it very seriously. To my knowledge, we've never had an issue. We've been licensed first in Nevada in 2005. We've been licensed in Atlantic City 2012 or 2011, Mississippi 2012, Colorado 2021, 22. I don't recall off the top of my head, but we've never had an issue. We understand the importance of compliance. Each property has a chief financial officer. Ultimately, everybody reports up to Rick Leem, and we just take it very, very seriously. Everybody knows what the repercussions are in connection with not following the rules and regulations.
I appreciate that, and I have appreciate your longstanding commitment to compliance and the culture of compliance. So I appreciate that. You have somewhat of a unique circumstance given Ambassador Fertitta's situation. Could you describe how often the board gets together, how the board works together practically, and what Mr. Fertitta's involvement would be?
Sure. So Tillman is an owner along with Page. And so all Tillman can do is set a strategy or provide some guidance as far as direction itself. But he has, since he resigned, he has no day-to-day involvement in any of the business or operations of the company. With respect to Paige, Rick and I office next to each other, and so we're in discussion daily about things that are happening with the business. The business tends to operate on its own operationally because we have consumer interfacing businesses that each property has its own management team, and they open the doors every day and operate. And so from a board perspective, it's only when we do major transactions, we do a financing, we do an acquisition, things of that nature where it's not routine day to day, where businesses are just opening their doors, that we'll have a discussion with Paige, time to time, call Tillman and say, hey, is this something that you would want to consider? Because, we typically bring ideas, et cetera, to the group and maybe give a strategic thought, and then either Tillman or Paige will consider it, and then we'll go from there.
Very good. And so you worked with Mr. Fertitta for a long, long time.
I've worked with him since 1988, almost 40 years.
How would you describe your working relationship then?
Like a husband and wife that have been married for almost 38 years.
Oh, we'll leave that there. I understood. In many ways, means. Is there anything further you can talk to us about? I understand that it's limited, but as to the pending transaction, any other comments that can be made beyond what Ms. Vermees has already said?
Sure. And I'm assuming you're referring to the Caesars transaction.
I am indeed. Thank
Sure,
you.
sure.
Yeah.
So, understand that there are complexities associated with the transaction, and there's a number of things that have to happen in order for the transaction to close. So, one hurdle is we have to file with the federal government an HSR application, Hart-Scott-Rodino, which is an anti-competition review of our properties and the Caesars properties. We anticipate filing the HSR application on July 13th. And then we have to get clearance from the federal government with respect to our HSR application. So that's number one. Number two, we have to get gaming approval of each of the Caesars properties where they operate. Under our contract, we had 45 days to file for, we selected a handful of jurisdictions that we felt like would have a longer lead time. So all those applications are supposed to be filed by Friday, and then we have another 45 days to file the rest of the applications. So we anticipate that, the same process that we went through in Nevada, we have to go through each of the other jurisdictions. Although Colorado said, since you're buying a public company, we're good with you since you're already a licensee. So other than Colorado, we have to get actual approval in all the other jurisdictions. We think that probably will take 9 to 10 months, probably from today, in order to get that approval. The next hurdle that we need to do is Caesars has to file a proxy statement. The SEC will review the proxy statement. Typically, it takes the SEC 30 days to provide initial comments. Then there will be an exchange back and forth between the SEC and Caesars with respect to their proxy statement. The purpose of the proxy statement is to be mailed to the shareholders, and then the shareholders will actually vote on the transaction. And so we need to get a shareholder approval for the transaction. So HSR clearance, shareholder approval, and then approval in each of the jurisdictions. And then another hurdle, we have a commitment letter from a syndicate of banks to finance the transaction. Our preference is not to rely on the commitment letter because the commitment letter gives the banks the ability to put more onerous conditions than if we can just go to the marketplace and raise the money. And so our hope is that, and we're being advised by Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. And so our hope is that within the next few months, there will be a window of opportunity where the market will be quote unquote hotter and a more interest rate friendly environment where we can go raise the money and then just put it in an escrow account. And so we, if that doesn't happen, then we just go to the banks and say, hey, you agreed to the commitment. And so they'll fund us, but then they could flex if meaning that they can take advantage of some more unfavorable economic terms that allow them to issue the debt to us, but then they sell it off into the marketplace. And so when we have the money, we get HSR clearance, shareholder approval for all the various gaming jurisdictions, then we'll be in a position to close the transaction.
Very good. Well, thank you for that detailed explanation. It was actually more than I would have anticipated you to
Okay,
provide.
well, just,
But I just asked.
no, so I answered.
Which I appreciate. Very good. Thank you for that. Certainly you have a very extensive history in gaming, non-gaming with Mr. Fertitta's enterprise, et cetera. There were some additional questions that I had that were answered through the rump process. Your counsel, Ms. Vermees, did a very good job of responding to those additional questions timely. So with all of that in place, I have absolutely no hesitation to support your application.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have the other board members ask you questions, and then it'll be Mr. Leem's turn. So
Okay.
with that, Member Saad.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here in person again. I was here last time we licensed you, and thank you for being here also. So I don't have any real substantive questions, but during your explanation here, you mentioned something about being licensed in other jurisdictions. Is that just a preliminary finding of suitability type of license until the deal is consummated?
Oh, for Caesars?
Yes.
We file an application for suitability with respect to each jurisdiction in which Caesars has a gaming asset or operates an online gaming business. And so we file the application. We have to be approved as owners, executive officers to be able to own those gaming assets, no different than in Nevada.
Yeah, we do. It's called preliminary finding of suitability.
Yes.
I think. Isn't that right, Ms. Vermees?
There is a preliminary finding of suitability. This is actually, it would be an approval of a change of control.
Subject
essentially, is
to
what's
the
happening.
consummation of
Yeah.
voters
Most of
buy the shares.
Right. Each jurisdiction is a little bit different and has different requirements, but for the most part, we are going to the jurisdictions and saying, hey, these are the steps that we're taking. This is what the ownership is going to look like at closing. Here are the new individuals. Please vet this transaction, these entities, these individuals. And if you're satisfied with that, we will close the transaction, and then we will notify you that the transaction has been closed in accordance with the applications that have been filed with you. I should point out, Mr. Scheinthal mentioned that Colorado is a jurisdiction that's not going to approve the transaction. That's not true. Colorado is a jurisdiction like some of the other jurisdictions that don't require a prior approval. There are some jurisdictions that say, we don't know if you're going to close this transaction. We want to make sure that you do. And when you do, then come file everything, and then we will look through it and make sure that everything is satisfactory to us.
Great. See, that's why she gets paid the big bucks.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then that Hart-Rodino Act requirement that has to be completed by July 13th, you said?
Yes.
And that's basically an antitrust type of oversight?
Yes.
Okay. So I presume if the deal gets consummated, then he'll have to sell the Wynn stock. But do you sell the Wynn stock before the deal's consummated to satisfy the HSR?
So we're a passive investor in Wynn.
Right.
And we like owning the Wynn stock. And so it's our desire to keep owning the Wynn stock.
But
And
under
nobody
HSR, can you do that? If the transaction with Caesars becomes consummated?
I have no reason to believe today that it's an issue with us being a passive investor.
Okay, very good, very good. Well, you're eminently qualified. The results speak for themselves. Since you've been with Tillman, it's been a remarkable success story. I want you to convey to him my appreciation for all the Nevada employees that he's hired. And we greatly appreciate his entrepreneurship and his capitalistic ingenuity. And thank you for being the engineer and the straw that stirred the drink. So I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Member Assad. Member Sendell, questions for Mr. Scheinfeld?
Yeah, good morning. I believe I saw you last summer with Ms. Fertitta, correct? But you weren't up for licensure.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. No, I think when you answered the chairman's question about the Caesar's transaction, I was like, man, how much more can you be qualified with that sort of response? That was incredible. I did, as you were talking about that, and I appreciate Member Assad's clarifying questions as to some of the points and the licensing. I wasn't aware of that distinction, so I appreciate that. But how many times would you say in your involvement in working at Fertitta Entertainment, you've been involved in an acquisition of this size or something similar, gaming or non-gaming?
So I have done every acquisition that the company has ever done. I have some people that work with me that may have taken recently because we're trying to elevate people and make them better and stronger. And so I've had a couple of people that have taken leads on the transactions, but I've overseen every single one that we've done since 1992.
That's incredible.
Yep.
And just hearing you talk about that and explaining this one, the Caesar's acquisition, it shows. So happy to support your application. Similarly, I appreciate Ms. Vermees, your immediate response and communications through RUMP yesterday. And I wish you best of luck and hopefully continuing to grow people underneath you since you're so lean in your department, and hopefully you get some assistance. Not saying you need to retire, but just saying, hopefully you get the support you need moving forward.
It comes from the top, right? Is being lean, mean, and flexible, and being profit driven. Mr. Fertitta says you don't want an organization where your assistants have assistants. So anyway, thank you very much.
I'm happy to support your application. I don't have any more questions for you, Mr. Schenkel. Thank you.
Very good, Mr. Shentel. Thank you, Ms. Gilliam. Your turn.
Morning, Chair Deitzer, Board Member Assad, Board Member Sadal. Glad to be here. I missed the last one. This is my first trip to Carson City.
Great. And this is the first time I've met you both, so I appreciate you being here. Could you describe your perspective on the board, again, given the unique circumstances with Ambassador Fertitta? How does that work from your perspective?
I think it works well. I mean, again, Steve and I have been with the business for a very long time. Paige has been part of this business for a very long time, married to Tillman. And so the communications are wide open. This transaction clearly is out of the norm, right? But it's been discussed, and we think it's a tremendous opportunity to put two really good businesses together in a private environment, which has some benefits in how you operate. So I think the board operates fine.
Very good. Could you offer, given your position as CFO, could you offer your perspective on the downtown Las Vegas market and how your property performs there?
So the downtown Vegas is a little challenged today. I think some of the international travel has declined. There's been some geopolitical tensions back and forth. There's been a very big promotion with the Canadians as they were here for the soccer tournament by one of our neighbors. And I think that drove some good traffic there. So we're the grand lady of downtown, and we're moving forward. It's not one of those great years. They come and they go. You know how it is, right? They get softer, they get stronger. This is just one of those very strong years.
Appreciate that. And then maybe some comments about your property up at the lake here.
So this is the first time I've seen it, and I'm very happy with the improvements they've made. Of course, I would far prefer that it was all done. It's been quite a time frame to get that thing moving forward. But we are very excited about what that property will do when we're completed. It's a great location right across from the event center. And the event center looks like it was a tremendous project. It looks really good. It brings in very big talent. So I think that property is going to do well. Good views, good service. We're in the midst of still renovating it. So we've got, I think, a number of floors left to go in the Heavenly Tower, and then we'll be up and running good.
I appreciate that perspective. You've certainly been licensed many times in the past, and all of my questions have been answered, so I am in full support of your application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Saad.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Lim, nice to meet you for the first time. I don't have any questions. You resume is impeccable. You've been a tremendous success and an asset to Tillman and the company, so I wish you well. I'm in full support of your application.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Member Sendo.
Yes, welcome. I was curious a little bit how you first met Mr. Fertitta and got started with the company. Can you share that
Funny
story?
story.
Great.
So I was working at a different company. They had lost their controller. And somehow through the network of the CFO, he reached out to me. My other company was slowing the growth down. We weren't doing a lot. So I came down to visit. And I first met Tillman at Shipley's Donuts as he was on the way to the helipad to go off to where we was going. So we spent about 10 minutes together over a donut. That was my first meeting with Tillman. You know, that's kind of the guy he is.
Well, that's great. And I was curious too, and Mr. Scheinthal mentioned he has a pretty lean department. Kind of what is your department, or what's your workforce look like, and who supports you in your role?
So reporting to me would be the accounting department, the tax department, the purchasing group, the analytical group.
Are they all with you down in Texas?
Yes.
Okay.
Our office is one place.
Gotcha.
We all come in every day.
Got it. And great. And then your involvement too with the acquisition, or potential acquisition of Caesars. How's your role working with Mr. Scheinthal on that then? Is that pretty heavily involved, or is that more a legal?
No, it's all hands on board.
All
It's
hands on board.
it's a very large transaction. It's the biggest one that we've done.
It is,
size-wise.
okay.
Yes, it is.
And similar to Mr. Scheinthal, you've been involved with all the other
Yeah,
previous ones.
I think I
that he's
maybe
mentioned.
missed one before I got there.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you this too, the Caesars team, you know, is very competent, right? And so they have similar characteristics as us, similar views of the business. So this is not one of those transactions where, you know, it's a battle, if you will.
Yeah.
You know, many times you're going to buy a company that already want to be bought, or people don't want you to buy them. They're going to move to Houston. I mean, this one is we're all on the same page. So I think it's going to go quite smooth.
That's great. Well, I'm happy to support your application, and I wish you best of luck if your acquisition with Caesars and continued success for Teeter Entertainment.
Thank you. I
I
appreciate
don't have
that.
any other questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Very good. Thank you. I believe with that, we are in. I'm sorry, did I ask you?
Oh, no.
Yeah, you spoke to me, of
Yeah.
course, yeah. So with that, Madam Secretary, and I'm sorry, let's back up. Are we ready for a motion? Let's do that. Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sindall,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Good luck. Very good. Madam Secretary, with that, please read into the record non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Caesars Entertainment, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Mr. Alonso, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindel, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. Excuse me. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter. We're appearing on behalf of Caesars Entertainment, Inc. today in support of the renewal of the Shelf Authority. I'd like to introduce Brett Yunker, who is Chief Financial Officer for Caesars Entertainment. And also Ed Quatman is here today, who is Chief Legal Officer and Chief Compliance Officer for Caesars Entertainment. Mr. Yunker will provide the board with the rationale for the request. Before I bring him up here, I wanted to go over the requirements under Regulation 16.115 and how Caesars meets those requirements.
Thank you.
First, Caesars is a publicly traded corporation registered with the Commission. Second, Caesars has a class of securities that are listed on the National Securities Exchange, on the NASDAQ here. And Caesars has filed all reports required by Section 13 and Section 15D of the Federal Securities Exchange Act and remains current in its SEC reporting obligations. And now I'll turn it over to Brett to discuss the company's financing objectives and the reasons this request is so important. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Alonso, thank you. Mr. Yunker, good morning.
Morning. Thanks for having us. So yeah, Brett Yunker, CFO of Caesars Entertainment, here for the shelf approval. This has been very helpful to our company and other publicly traded gaming companies in the past. The last time we used it was October of 2024. Markets come in waves, so we're constantly looking at when we can refinance efficiently and quickly. In that instance, we issued a little over $1 billion of senior unsecured notes at 6% flat. It's refinance 8.25% debt. So meaningful savings, and part of this helps us do that given how regulated we are across the country with numerous jurisdictions, and getting approvals and being able to be quick and nimble helps all of our stakeholders, shareholders, debt holders, employees, et cetera. So we deeply appreciate being able to have this shelf approval in place.
Thank you. So, Mr. Yunker, I have to ask, it's your turn to answer the same question.
Absolutely.
What can you say about the pending merger?
This may get dull, but as a publicly traded company, it's difficult to comment. Obviously, this is not my first rodeo. I'm in a little bit of a different seat this time. I've been a banker in the past, so I've seen this for 20 years as a buyer and seller, and now as the CFO of this company. I appreciate the very kind words of Mr. Leem about the relationship to this point. So we'll see where it goes. We have fiduciary responsibilities for our shareholders, so we're in the middle of a process, and it's hard to comment in much more detail than that.
Understandable. Can you speak, generally, certainly consistent with your company's public comments, can you speak to the financial condition generally of the Las Vegas Strip?
Yeah.
How that
Yeah, look, if you had a time machine and you went to sleep in 2019 and woke up in 2025, you'd say the Strip's looking pretty good. In between here and there, we went through quite a period with COVID, coming out of COVID, pent-up demand, and just the business really came out extremely strong for a period of time because everyone wanted to come to Las Vegas, and we were very welcoming to that. So you've seen some softness coming off that peak demand period, but the business in general is in great shape. Our properties have been slammed, so we are very happy with the state of the Las Vegas Strip business.
Very good. And I noticed just this past week, you had a nice rebrand ceremony with Caesars Republic.
Yes.
Talk about
So
that a little bit.
the oldest property in the portfolio, 80 years. So I wasn't around when that one opened, but we've put just under $200 million into rebranding that. Really, pretty much a gut remodel of that property, Legacy Harvey's, 750 rooms, new restaurants, new F&B, new pool, the full 9 yards to make this a modern Caesars property that we can be proud of having in our network right next to our Legacy Harrah's property.
Very good. Out of curiosity, what exactly is the relationship between that dog and the brand?
Yes. So I'm not a marketing person,
I'm
but
not.
it's not a dog. It's actually a she-wolf. So that is Lupa the she-wolf, which if you do Roman history, she helped save Romulus and Remus, the twin brothers who needed to found Rome. So that it is a she-wolf, not a dog. But again, I'm not the marketing person.
I appreciate that explanation. And I understand there are guidelines and limits to what you can say, but the application itself was very straightforward. I see that certainly in the past, Caesars has made strategic use of the shelf.
Yes.
And certainly understand why you're here today to get renewed. All of my questions have been answered, and I'm in full support of the application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Assad.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Yunker, nice to meet you for the first time.
Good to see you.
And Mr. Alonso, nice you to be here again in person. The She-Wolf is, they have an Italian restaurant at the Fontainebleau called Mother Wolf.
Yes.
And they have a picture of you could tell it's not a dog, it's a wolf. And the story is very interesting how she saved the part of the Roman Empire, I guess, back in the day. So, but anyways, I do digress. It's just a straightforward shelf. Nothing unusual here.
And I should say, as part of any potential transaction that would involve Caesars, this isn't approving any of that debt facility or in any way related to that. This is just standalone Caesars for the next 3 years.
And just a shout out to Tina Logan, the Asian in charge of special agents, did an excellent job. She explained that very well to us as well. So
perfect.
I have no issues. I'm in full agreement with the application.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Member Assad. Member Sendall.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Yunker.
Yes,
Nice to meet you and nice to see Mr. Quatman again. I think I've seen him a few times over the
I
past.
know you're Caesar's alum, so
Yeah.
nice to meet you.
Oh, yes, yes. Enjoyed my time there very much. And it's
Great.
amazing how small the industry is. I recognize that name. I recognize that name. Wow, that person works over there now. Yeah, like Jonathan Halkyard, right? He was at MGM and he
He's
was
the
Caesars.
best.
Yeah. So anyways, I digress. And I don't know anything about She Wolves, but I appreciate the background, the story, and I'll have to look that up later. You mentioned your use of the existing shelf, and I appreciate that. I read
Mhm.
about that. And then can you tell me a little bit, do you have intended use of these proceeds moving forward?
Yeah, luckily we've pushed out a ton of our maturities, so we don't really have anything in the near term that's staring at us in the face where we need to do something. Our next maturity is January of 2028, and that's our relationship bank facility. So depending on what happens with the transaction, maybe we be addressing that in the next 6 to 12 months, but nothing in the near
Other than
term for us to do.
Got it. I also just noticed, there was a Caesar's Windsor asset purchase recently.
Yes.
You just talk about how that's
Yep,
doing and
that was a long-term management contract. Caesars has a great history in the gaming space of managing assets for different owners. Obviously, in the tribal industry, we have by far the biggest tribal management business. So this happened to be the Ontario asset, which we've been managing for over 20 years. Ontario went through a process of privatizing those casinos. So they've been selling the operations. It was a full couple-year process that we participated in against some of our competitors, and we won. So we happily acquired the asset, and we're in a new 20-year agreement with them.
it's great. Well, I'm happy to support the application and wish you much luck as you stated in your big acquisition of Caesars potentially occurring here soon, and hope everything goes smoothly with that and look forward to seeing you all back, I'm sure, as it's associated with those approvals. down
Great.
the
We
road.
appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alonso, anything further?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to recognize Agent Logan and appreciate the work that she did on this and the expeditious nature of her work. I also wanted to bring up the order. We reviewed the proposed order, which is marked as draft number 1 and dated June 23rd, 2026. We believe the order is in proper form and we have no issues with the order.
Very good. Thank you. With apologies for mischaracterizing the she-wolf, I believe we're in good form for a
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the shelf order draft number 1 dated June 23rd, 2026.
Thank you very much, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. With that, we'll turn, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of William Hill, Nevada 1, doing business as Caesars Sportsbook, doing business at Westgate Las Vegas Resort Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of MS Tenant Inc., doing business as Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool operated by William Hill, Nevada 1, doing business as Caesars Sportsbook, doing business at Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, Mr. Alonso.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here representing William Hill, Nevada 1, doing business at Caesars Sportsbook, doing business at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool. I'd like to introduce 3 individuals the board knows very well. First, Eric Hession. Eric is the president of Caesars Digital. Dan Shapiro. Dan is Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer for Caesars Digital. And Lisa Rankin. Lisa is Vice President of Compliance and Licensing for Caesars Digital. This is a big deal, and Mr. Hession is here to kind of walk you through the plan. The Westgate and the Superbook are obviously very well known, and so we're very happy to be here on this application and walk you through the what's going to happen at that location. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Ms. Hushain, good morning.
Morning, Chair, Member Assad, Member Sandal. Thanks for having us here today. I'll just give you a brief overview and then obviously feel free to ask any specific questions. You know, as Mike said, this is a big deal. The Superbook is extremely well known. It's got a great history, you know, going all the way back. They were one of the original line setters in the state. And so we don't take that lightly. When we started talking to them about assuming the responsibility of running their book, one of the things we made sure was that we were going to respect the history, make sure that we didn't change things needlessly, and make sure that we kept the history. Part of the background is that at one point they had aspirations to be a multi-state operator, and so they had expanded their staffing. They had invested in some tech, and unfortunately that ultimately didn't pan out, and they had basically divested all the rest of the operations except for their remaining operation in Las Vegas. And as a result, their technology platform and some of the other efficiencies and wagers that we're able to bring as a scaled operator, they were falling behind. And so they reached out and said, we'd like to consider bringing in your team, your technology, your trading skills, all the different components that you bring in. And so we discussed how best to do that. We decided that the Superbook and the Westgate brand was powerful enough in sports betting that we wanted to retain it. And so the brand that we're going to be going forward with is the Westgate Superbook powered by Caesars Sportsbook. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned, they have a great brand. We wanted to keep the legacy, but we also wanted to highlight the fact that it's got the Caesars component attached to it. When we were discussing with them, we have two options in here in Nevada. One is William Hill, as you're aware, and the other is the Caesars Sportsbook. There are merits to both, and in this case, we jointly decided to go with the Caesars brand. What that entails is very similar product to what the William Hill is from a tech package. However, the online customers that they have will earn Caesars rewards versus the William Hill rewards. On property, they're still going to have their WOW rewards. So the customers, when they play for retail, they're going to get the property specific rewards. Couple other items that we're bringing in. Currently, they don't have any kiosks, and we know those are very popular for customers. They also facilitate 24-hour sports wagers. So we're going to put in 26 kiosks throughout the property. We think that'll be a major enhancement to the customer experience. We're going to upgrade their 15 POS locations, and we're going to add components such as cash out, live cash out. They have very little in-play wagering. We're going to have live SGPs. We'll bring our whole package of technology in, and it'll really kind of upgrade the customer experience. From a employee perspective, they had a pretty heavy staffing level, as you'd imagine, having expanded with the intent to go nationwide and then contracted. From a front of house employee perspective, we have made offers to all the eligible employees, and we're hiring 16 of the ticket writers and 6 supervisors. Some individuals didn't want to move over to us, and others found other jobs, but everybody that was front of the house, we interviewed and made offers to. We were also able to get 2 part-time workers that wanted full-time work. We moved them into our operations at other locations and giving them priority to bump back as soon as a full-time role opens up there. So that was great for the employees. From the back of house perspective, we also interviewed all of their traders, and we hired 2 of their traders as well as 1 of the settlement specialists. And so they'll be joining. We're also in discussions to keep the existing sportsbook manager on, and we're hoping that he'll accept our offer and retain with us because we think it's important from a consistency perspective. So we're very excited. Pending the approvals and pending everything that we need to get done, we would anticipate transitioning over on July 28th. And so with that, I'll pause and see if there are any questions.
Very good. Yes, Mr. Hession, just a couple of questions. So the existing app that was there, that's just going to go away?
It'll stay around for a year to settle all of the existing wagers that are out there, but ultimately we will transition the customers to the Caesars app. Our goal is to do a full migration where we'll transfer their balances, their passwords, all of the different things into our app. And so they'll just be able to seamlessly start using it. That takes a lot of tech work. And so we're exploring that, but that would be the ideal situation. That's the least disruptive to their customers.
All right, and then these changes you mentioned, that the additional kiosks and the upgrade of the point of sale and all that, what's the time frame for that?
That'll be before we launch.
Oh, so
Yeah,
that's- you'll be able to get that done in the next.
Immediately, yeah. We keep a supply of kiosks in the warehouse for exactly this purpose. And we make sure that we have enough to be able to bring in very quickly for these opportunities.
And you said that you interviewed a number of people for different jobs, but are there any net job losses or? how are we
There,
looking at that?
yes, there are. At the time of the announcement, they had around 40 employees, and we're ultimately going to hire around 25. A number of those have already left. If you follow social media, some have gone to Circa, some have gone to other locations. So it's not a net reduction on day one of that number. There were a number of employees also that were ineligible to be rehired because of previous transgressions they had working for Caesars, where they'd been let go and we weren't going to rehire them.
Understood. I appreciate that. And the sports book is 6,000 feet.
Yes, it's very large. But that's one of the great things about it. It's a, that it's one of the, preeminent books. It was built before the books kind of became smaller. And so, yeah, we are, very excited about just the presence and the size of the book. It's a great one.
Not asking for any sort of trade information, but just generally speaking, when you have a book of that size, does that change the approach relative to live wagering versus online, or how does that work? Do you have more or less, or?
It really shouldn't change it much. When you have a book of that size, and if you're able to effectively use it, then just naturally you're going to have more people coming in, and therefore you'll have more retail wagers as a percentage of the online. What we'll find, I really believe, is that these kiosks are going to do exceptionally well. We've found that almost 70 to 80% of the wagers are now done on kiosks. And so if you can imagine that before that, you just had ticket writers and lines and people having to queue up, this will really increase the amount of volume that we get. And hopefully what that'll do is drive more people to come into the book and sit there and watch the games, because they know they can just walk out quickly, make a bet on the kiosk, and get back to watching the game.
Very good. And then the technology of all of the screens and all of that, that's all up to standard?
Yeah, they've done a great job. As we've mentioned in the past when we have come before you, our typical deals have a capital obligation that we agree to invest to improve the book, and we jointly administer that with the management team. In this instance, the book is in great shape, and so what we did is we all agreed that right now there's no need to invest capital in the book. I was mentioning to Member Saad earlier that the only critique that we're hearing is that some of the sound might be off in parts of the book, and so but that'll be very low expense. And so what we'll do is defer the capital spend until later during the contract period, when we and the property management jointly agree that now is the time to invest, whether it's some new technology with the screens, whether it's new seating that they might need or anything like that in the future. But right now the facility is in great shape.
Very good. I see in Las Vegas, Mr. Walmsley and Mr. Giordano sitting there. We didn't want to ignore you. Could you speak to this opportunity, how it came about, and what your prospects are for the opening of the book later this month?
If I could make some introductions first, Chairman. Chairman Dreitzer, Member Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary Greg Giordano, law firm McDonald Crono, appearing on behalf of the applicant for the received percentage of game revenue approval, MS Tenant Inc., DBA Westgate Las Vegas Resort Casino. And with me is Robert Walmsley, the Director of Compliance. I'll ask Mr. Walmsley to answer your question there, Mr. Chairman, if that's all right.
Thank you very much. Mr. Walmsley, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Member Assad and Member Sandal. Again, for the record, Robert Walmsley, I'm the Vice President of Compliance at Westgate. So about 4 or 5 months ago, I think that it was well said by Caesars, we felt we wanted to move to a more technological platform, looked at some various individuals, and Caesars was just way ahead of it. We want to make sure that our patrons are continuing to enjoy that business aspect. And so really I heavily got involved compliance wise in the April standpoint and in some business meetings. But I think that was the main reason. We want to provide that excellent service to our patrons, and Caesars answered all our questions and was a great partner in that.
Thank you, Mr. Wamsley. Could you speak briefly to your perspective on the culture of compliance, given your role as leadership in that area?
That is such a great question. So I was in Ohio for 15 years at a casino, and not being flippant, wanted to play the big room. And so we came out to Vegas, and I joined Westgate about 2 years ago. I think the culture of compliance I wanted to, when I got in there, was to expand it with the executive team to help that understanding of how important that is. Not that it wasn't. Our GM is incredibly great, but our GM, our partners, Mr. Saft and Mr. Martyr, they recognize the importance, sat down with me, went through all our meetings that we have and all our minutes that I do, and thought that it was important to put myself even a higher level as the Vice President of Compliance sitting on the executive team. The big thing I like, Chair and members, is I think the most successful compliance person is somebody who doesn't sit in his office the entire time, but gets down upon the floor and talks to not only executive leadership and managers and directors, but we actually do a program with my two members of my staff where we do walk in the shoes. We go into the slots department, we go into the table games department, we go into other departments as well, and experience what they're feeling, as well as our training that we do with regards to compliance, independent agents, and the entire realm. So hopefully you'll learn quickly that you have the permission to shut me down at any time. My children think I talk too much, so hopefully that answered your question.
It did. I thank you. Well, there's no question, having been a 31-year resident in Las Vegas, I certainly see that sportsbook's iconic, right? And I definitely see the opportunity there. So appreciate you being here, and between Rump and then today, your presentation, Mr. Hessen, all of my questions were answered, so I am in support of this application.
Great. Appreciate
Member Sendall.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here from Caesars, and also Mr. Is it Wamsley? I did have a question for you about who's your current key employee for Westgate? Is that Cami Christensen?
It is Cami Christensen, a member Sendall, and I submitted our designation letters for myself as the responsible person, and have in the middle of the key license application right now, but it is our GM and president, Cami Christensen.
Great. And I'm glad you're able to work in coordination with Mr. Heston and his team on the employees, the Westgate employees, and trying to transition those employees. Could you speak to that? I know Mr. Heston spoke to that a little bit, but were you able from your end to take some of those sportsbook employees, like who are designated for a sportsbook, into other areas of the casino at all?
It's another great question. So we offered anybody who is not transitioning over an opportunity not only to apply at Westgate Las Vegas, but they had employment opportunities at any of the timeshares we have in the nation. And I know of one individual who did not want to go into the sports book and moved into our security department.
Wonderful. Well, I appreciate both of you, accommodating that and ensuring those employees have an opportunity to transition somewhere within either, the new sports book or within the casino, Westgate's other properties. I understand the branding change. I appreciate that. I appreciate, Mr. Heston, you walking through all the changes and the technology. We got a wonderful diagram from staff on locations of all the kiosks, which are nicely spread out throughout the property. As you mentioned, it's a big sports book. I wish you much success in this new location. There are plenty of conditions associated with this item, which we haven't discussed or wanted to make sure you're aware of. 8 conditions noted for this item, and I wanted to be sure that both Mr. Wamsley and Mr. Heston on your side, you'd reviewed those, and if you had any questions or wanted to make any statement. Mr. Alonso, go ahead.
Member Sendall, I'm sorry. We have reviewed them. We have no questions or issues. They're pretty standard conditions.
Great. Well then, I believe, oh, yep, you said you're planned to start operation as soon as you're approved. I think Mr. Ashton said, or maybe you, Mr. Alonso,
28th would
28th.
be our target.
the end of the month. Okay, great. Happy to support the application and I wish you much success.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Saad.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Walmsley, nice to see you again. We usually meet at the AML conferences, so it's great to see you here today.
Thank you, sir.
If you could just walk through, I guess, Mr. Liparelli had the management contract before, and so I guess MS Tenant, they bought that management contract from him. Is that what happened?
Yes, Member Assad, Judge Assad, it was a transaction between Mark Liparelli and Michael Martyr and Jared Saft, who make up MS Tenant Inc. as the sole stockholders. That was approved, I think, back in December, that ownership change and licensure and so forth. But they assumed the operations of under the contracts, leases and so forth between at that time Mark Liparelli's company and the Westgate.
And that includes the sports book as well as the casino floor, correct?
Yes, absolutely does indeed.
Great, great. And Mr. Hessian, nice to see you.
Good to see you.
The casino used to brag that it was the largest sports book in the world. So between you and Derek Stevens, who's going to get those bragging rights?
I haven't measured Derek, so I don't know, but based on the TV commercials, he might have a larger one at this point.
Okay. And that's a beautiful property. They did a nice job renovating it not too long ago. So you don't have a lot of work to do there. My only suggestion would be that little sandwich shop in the back of the book. You might want to put a nice Jewish deli in there. I think that would really be very successful. I think that other one, the food wasn't too good. So something to think about.
Point taken.
There you go. Also, if you wouldn't mind, you could talk about a little bit about, you're going to implement some new technology for the sports bettors, round robins, if you could go into that whole dialogue that we had outside before the meeting started.
Yeah, absolutely. As I mentioned, we're continually trying to improve our app and our product so that it allows the sports bettor to be able to bet on whatever they want. And what we've seen is that over time, if you study them, if you ask them what any issues they have, if you do focus groups, you watch as they move through the app and you just remove the points of friction from what they're trying to bet, then their satisfaction goes up. And so we've systematically gone through, addressed all of these points. And as a result, the app and the kiosks have continued to get better and better. So some of the things we're going to be able to bring that the prior technology wasn't able to offer is just a much wider experience for live action. What we found is customers really like the live action. Even the retail, they like to get up while the game's going on and place the wagers. Over 50% of our volume is now live. They also like parlays. We've steadily increased the number of legs per parlay by customers because we're able to make it so that they aren't locked enough, that it goes through quickly, that they can bet on different sports and different same game parlays and different player props all at the same time. We've improved cash out. The prior technology didn't offer cash out. Customers like to cash out. Over 5% of our wagers are now cashed out. And so it shows that these are the types of things that customers appreciate, and we like it, and they like it, and it's a win-win to get these things. What you were referring to with the round robins is a new feature that we launched about 3 weeks ago. It's innovative. We know in Nevada, no one's doing it, and we're quite sure there isn't a similar product in the rest of the country. But what we call it is a flex parlay. And so a customer, let's say they want to do a 6-leg parlay, they're able to hit the flex button, and it allows them to win if they miss by 1 leg or 2 legs. And so the technology, as you rightly pointed out, is effectively, it's a round robin type pricing mechanism that's packaged into a single election for the customer. And so the customer, might want to add another leg at the risk of ensuring that, so that if they miss it, they can still get paid out. The math behind it is very complex, and pricing it quickly and making sure that it's a good experience for the customer is difficult. We worked on it for probably 9 months to a year, and we rolled it out about 3 months ago. Amazingly, over 10% of all of our active customers have already used this product, and it's only been in the market for a very little time, and we really haven't advertised it much. So we're excited about it, and it just shows the more ability that we have to control our own technology, control the end-to-end pricing and the end-to-end execution. We're able to come up with these really creative products that the customers like.
Yeah, I know baseball bettors will love it if you can put together a 3 or 4 team dog round robin. That's a very popular bet
That's
with a
right.
lot of baseball bettors. So
Yeah.
sure you'll do well.
Yeah, the soccer recently,
Mhm.
it's been quite popular with soccer with the World Cup going on.
You know, we had a conversation at the board not too long ago about, is Caesars and William Hill 2 separate entities, or are they connected? And talking to you earlier today, it's if you can go into that a little bit, you have different complete entities, different sets of books. The ticket that you get, a player, a bettor at Caesars cannot be cashed at William Hill, and vice versa. A William Hill sports ticket cannot be cashed at Caesars. So in essence, you're completely 2 different companies. Is that correct?
Yes, and we've designed that very intentionally. We have 2 different servers. We have 2 different marketing engines. We even have firewalls so that Caesars marketing can't see the William Hill database. And that's, again, very intentional. As I mentioned, we have certain third parties that view Caesars as a competitor, or they don't necessarily want that brand at their property, and that's great. In those cases, we have the William Hill brand. The app and the supporting technology is extremely similar. There are some nuances between the 2, but essentially, if we roll out a product like the Flex Parlay, it's on both apps, so all of the customers get the best experience. And then we talk to our third-party partners and ask them which of these products is better for you. Some of them prefer William Hill, some of them prefer the Caesars app, and so we're very flexible in terms of doing that. But you're absolutely right; they're 2 separate stacks of technology, and more importantly, from a marketing perspective, the access to the William Hill marketing database is extremely limited because we need to retain that trust of the third parties that we're not going to take their customers and move them into the Caesars Rewards program.
Talk about, say, a company like the Venetian or the Rampart.
Venetian's a great example. We have a really good relationship with them. They have a fabulous sports book. They have the Yahoo Sportsbook powered by William Hill, and they are arguably a very direct competitor with Caesars, and would not want Caesars Palace that is looking at their customers that we would know from the sports book. And we have, like I said, very strict rules on accessing that data so that we don't accidentally make a mistake and move their customers to Caesars Palace.
And you said the traders are screened off. The William Hill traders cannot see the Caesars line and vice versa.
No, sorry, that's the hosts. The hosts aren't able to cross, but the lines are managed centrally. We, again, we compete on product. We compete on being able to get people's bets through. We compete on being able to provide the best parlay product and all these different things. And so the pricing is very mathematical. It's driven by models, and we assign the same price to both. We are developing the capability that'll be in place for this coming football season, where we will be able to differentiate by state. So we'll be able to offer a promotion, let's say in Massachusetts on the Celtics, that's got a different price than elsewhere, if that's something that we like to do. Today, we're unable to do that.
So you can avoid getting middled.
Yes, and you can react to different sways between the different states and the different jurisdictions.
Great. Well, I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Mr. Heston, I had another question. How many states do you operate in besides Nevada?
32.
Yeah.
32.
Do you have a thought as to the impact of the prediction sports contracts on your business in those states?
Yes, lots of thoughts.
Any you care to share?
Yeah, I think at a high level, it has to be impacting us from a volume perspective. I think as you look across the regulated states that report monthly volumes, the sports book growth in volume has kind of slowed down a bit. We're not really seeing a significant impact to our revenue line yet, but it's hard to tell because we were in an industry that was growing 10 to 15%. We're still growing less, but how much of that is attributed to the prediction markets is unclear, but it has to be some amount. I think the bigger impact from us when we look at it is, so a lot of the operators are able to operate with a big competitive advantage, being not having to pay any taxes, not having to have the regulations, being able to target 18-year-olds, those types of things that we don't necessarily do and we're not participating in. But in states that don't have any regulatory framework, a lot of our competitors are signing up lots and lots of customers, and they have a shared environment. And so then when those customers go to a state that does have gaming, they're getting kind of free acquisitions and getting those customers to sign up. So it's whatever the outcome is, I think eventually there'll be defined rules and then we'll be able to participate. But unfortunately, what's happening is we're falling behind very quickly in these other states that are allowing competitors to sign up customers ahead of time for us.
I appreciate those thoughts and certainly very understandable. With that, I believe we're ready for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Draitser. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. Number 1, any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between William Hill, Nevada 1 and the licensed location must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Number 2, the licensee must comply with Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090 as it relates to the submission of an adequate internal control system and compliance with the minimum internal control standards for a computerized racebook and sports pool. Number 3, prior to the commencement of computerized racebook and sports pool and or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and Regulation 22.040. Number 4, the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Number 5, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for William Hill, Nevada 1 to convert to a location from a kiosk operation to a manned satellite operation or from a manned satellite operation to a kiosk operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk operation, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or a Chair's designee is required prior to closing or reopening a manned satellite operation. Number 6, William Hill, Nevada is solely responsible for any and all bankroll requirements related to its license operations at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. Number 7, William Hill, Nevada 1 is solely responsible for any and all accounting for gross gaming revenue and other requirements of the Gaming Control Act related to its license operations at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. This specifically includes, without limitation, mix and variations thereof, minimum and internal control standards and variations thereof. Last, condition number 8, William Hill, Nevada 1 shall ensure all signs concerning the racebook and sports pool, all wagering tickets and betting sheets, and the homepage of any website or mobile app prominently indicate William Hill and or Caesar Sportsbook is the licensed operator of the racebook and sports pool. All locations at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino where a patron may purchase a wagering ticket shall have a prominent sign concerning the racebook and sports pool.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Draitser?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
very much.
Chairman, on our behalf, we want to thank Game Control Board Agent Roger Alcantara for his work on our application. He was great to work with, very professional. And we appreciate his efforts in helping get us through to today.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Very good. We're going to take a 15-minute break and get back on the record at exactly 11 o'clock. Thank you. Okay. We are back on the air, although it says currently in recess. Okay, are we back? Not quite. We are on? Okay, so if we're on with no camera, we can proceed. Correct? And what about the Las Vegas office? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're back on. Very good. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Boomer Sportsbook LLC, doing business as Boomer Sportsbook, doing business at Baldini's Sports Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Baldini's Sports Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Strategic Gaming Management LLC, doing business as Baldini Sports Casino, to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering operated by Boomer Sportsbook, doing business at Baldini's Sports Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Asher, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. My name is Joe Asher, and I'm the President and CEO of Boomer Sportsbook, Nevada's only independent sportsbook. Gina Cervone, who's our Vice President of Legal and Compliance, is on the video in Las Vegas. And joining us today in Carson City is Chris Gump, the General Manager of Baldini's. I would like to thank the board staff and especially Agent Justin Schweitzer for their work on this application. The application is to operate a racebook and sports pool at Baldini's, which is located in Sparks. Baldini's has had a sports book in the past, but does not currently have one. If you and the commission approve our application, this would be our 15th location. Our plan is to open for business a few days after the commission meeting later this month. Customers at Baldini's, in addition to offering betting on the 2 kiosks that will be there, will be able to register for a Boomer's mobile account and then bet so long as they are in the state of Nevada. We continue to offer a deposit match of up to $250 on new mobile accounts. As you know, Boomers offers a plethora of special promotions tailored to Nevada sports fans. We've been doing a lot during the World Cup, and as you might expect, we have quite a few lined up for the upcoming football season. We are coming up on our 1-year anniversary. I think it was 1 year ago, within the last day or so, that it was the chairman's first meeting, and I think we were the first item on the agenda that day. And once again, we're going to be offering -105 on all NFL games this season. That was very popular last season. We've decided to bring it back this year. We continue to offer great pricing to our customers in many other areas of the business, parlays in particular, and are constantly reminding folks to check the price before placing their bets. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to appear today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Could you speak to Mr. Asher, the Baldini? It's in Sparks, correct?
It is.
And is that your first location in Sparks?
It is.
Yeah, so could maybe speak to
Actually, I take that back. Sierra Sid's is in Sparks as well.
Very good.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe speak to that, the opportunity. Obviously, it's a small location, 1 kiosk, but you speak to what made you pursue this opportunity.
Sure, and I think the plan is to have 2 kiosks. The property always has people in it. It's a very busy property. If anytime you go over there in the afternoon, in the morning, at night, there's always people in that property. They've got a very loyal clientele for sure. And of course, there's some big properties nearby as well, but it's very much a locals property in every sense of the word. And so I think actually Grant Lincoln called me up. I was the owner of the property. And I've known Grant for a number of years, and he had raised the possibility of doing a sports book there. He had spoken to somebody else, but I think he was, preferring to do something with us, and didn't take long to get a deal together, and then we filed our applications.
Very good. What's your take on the World Cup and the amount of action? Is it where you would have expected? Did it exceed?
Oh, it significantly exceeded what I expected. We'll see how that holds up now that Mexico and the U.S. Are out. Mexico in particular was very, very popular with us, and certainly at some of our Las Vegas locations, Ojos Locos, and others. But yesterday, even with both the U.S. Out and of course Mexico having lost to England, the action was still pretty good on it, and it's been somewhat bookmaker friendly given the number of draws after the 90 minutes, which people tend to bet aside, and in soccer, there's most of the betting, certainly through the early rounds, is on what we'd call the three-way, where you bet Mexico to win, England to win, or draw. And then when you get into the knockout phases, there's also two advance, but people tend to like to bet the 90-minute, and so draws are bookmaker friendly.
Very good. To the extent that you can share, what does your pipeline look like in terms of additional applications? It feels like you've been in front of us most every meeting since I've started. So,
well, hopefully we get the privilege to continue to appear. We've got hopefully 2 on for next month that are properties in Las Vegas, and then we just signed a couple of locations earlier this week that we haven't even filed the applications for yet, but I'm going to try to get those on file by the end of the week. I think we did file one last week as well. So, there's more to come.
very good. Just one bit of specific business as to your amendments going forward. I know there was some thought about modifying the amendment to reflect some of the requirements in terms of the dual role that some of the employees share. Do you want to talk about that and confirm that we're working off the same lease agreement amendment?
Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, the issue was brought to my attention yesterday, in fact, that I think the Deputy Attorney General Michaela had some thoughts as to what should be in the agreements with respect to locations where employees are dual registered. And so I think we've got an agreed amendment from the board's perspective and Boomer's perspective, and I mentioned it to Mr. Gump while we were waiting to be called, and obviously we'll incorporate that language going forward into the new agreements.
And the expectation is for this application and the next one that you could have that in place prior to the commission meeting.
That would be my hope.
Right.
That would be my hope. Obviously, it's up to Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Gump, but I can't see why they wouldn't, be amenable to it. I haven't had a chance to speak with the folks at the Longstreet yet, but I'm hoping this can get done pretty quickly.
Very good. Can we hear from Mr. Gump for a minute? Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Gump, welcome. Mr. Asher described how the process got started where you would bring a book back. When was the last time the property had a sports book?
Yeah, we're coming up on 2 years now that we've been without one.
And what's your perspective on this opportunity here to work with Boomers in terms of what they bring to your set of offerings?
Oh, I think it's a great opportunity for us. Like you said, we're very local. We do not have hotel rooms. We're just a casino. So every amenity or extra service that we can provide is very helpful. We got a couple of restaurants, our slot floor, live keno, and now we get to bring sports betting back. And I think it just helps us out a lot to have an extra leg.
Appreciate that. Well, I wanted to hear from you. I appreciate you coming here today as well. I am very much in support of this application, subject to the discussion we had about the amendment to this particular agreement. Obviously, I understand you have to work that through with your locations, but I congratulate you on your continued success. And again, I am in full support of this application, number 9, Baldini. So, Judge Assad.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Asher, great to see you again, and congratulations on the tremendous success that you're enjoying. I don't have any questions. The Special Agent Schweitzer did a great job as usual, so I'm in full support of this as well. So I just wanted to maybe just have you speak a little bit about, have you seen a little bit of impact? And I know it's hard to quantify the impact from the prediction markets to the loss of revenue that you and other operators may be experiencing. But I mean, for me, you know, the people that are betting with prediction markets, if they weren't able to do that, especially here in Nevada, they would be betting with you and other operators as well. But is there any way to quantify it? Do you think it's 20%, 25% loss of revenue and therefore taxes to the state of Nevada?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Judge. I wouldn't put a number on it because I'd just be making it up. You don't know. But of course there has to be an impact from the betting exchanges, right? Prediction markets is just a euphemism for a rebranding of a betting exchange. You know, of course, you know, I follow the news from the various legal proceedings that are occurring here in Nevada. But I know firsthand of at least 2 instances in which people were betting on Kalshi even after the court enjoined them or ordered them to not operate in Nevada.
Here in Nevada.
Here in Nevada, in
Right.
Las Vegas. They were, one guy would literally sit next to me at dinner, pulled out, in fact, both times it was at dinner. One guy lives in California, pulled out his phone and placed a bet while we were sitting there. Another guy lives in Las Vegas, went into the app, just changed his address to a California address and was able to place a bet. So that was that I saw that firsthand. Also, I should mention that recently I put in Boomer Sportsbook as a search term in the Apple App Store. And when you do that, you know, you always get an ad served to you in addition to what the algorithm thinks you're looking for. Guess what the ad was for, Judge? It was for Kalshi. Then I said, that's interesting. And I changed my search term to William Hill, Nevada. And guess what app was served up? What ad was served up? Kalshi. Okay, and that's within the last week or two. After they've been ordered to stop doing business in Nevada, they're still advertising Nevada. Okay, so much for respect for the rule of law and all this other, and you know, meaningless words. Apparently, you know, the actions speak clearly for themselves. I have the screenshots on my phone. Happy to share them with anybody who wants to see them. So is it having an impact in Nevada? Well, of course it is. They're advertising in Nevada. I mean, we all remember, I think it was during the Super Bowl when they had that big screen at the intersection, I think of Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon. They had that big Kalshi ad that we all saw. But even after the courts have ordered them to stop, they continue to offer their services in Nevada.
Well, I hope I don't know the status of the recent contempt of court proceedings, but I guess that's all we can do now is rely on the courts. So thank you for that. I'm in full support of this application, by the way.
Thank you very much, Member Assad. Member Sindall.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Great to see you and Mr. Gump. I think I've seen you before on the video monitoring screen. You were before, I think, before us. Welcome. I did have a couple questions. As far as the dual registered employees, Mr. Asher, is that something, as the chairman mentioned, you've been before us frequently for the past year, almost every month. Is this something, the dual employees, something that is at any of those previously approved licensed locations? Or is this the first time, or is this? It's pretty much everywhere.
It's fairly common in the industry. I mean, you know, familiar with other operator doing the same thing. It's been going on for a number of years, and it allows you to have a kiosk operation in remote locations where there's people there. And so it exists at a number of our locations.
Maybe and that was a poor question on my part. I guess my question is, are at those other locations as well, are you having the employees duly registered as with the Gaming Control Board?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And then who oversees to ensure that they're duly registered or at least registered on your behalf? Then Ms. Cervoni would make sure.
Our head of HR is a lady named Debony Blackburn, who's very experienced in this area. And she's worked with the board staff to make sure that there was the technical ability to do so. I vague recollection early on of there being some system issues with respect to the board's registration system, but I believe that's been sorted out.
Okay. Thank you. So then here, what we have, as the chairman was discussing with you, is an amendment to your first amendment to your proposed contract with Baldini's, including a red line then to just acknowledging that they will be duly licensed or duly registered gaming employees while performing their duties on property at Baldini's. And is this something then that you will incorporate moving forward in your other properties?
Yeah, we'll put certainly put the language that makes the board comfortable in the leases going forward. To be clear, I think the language is intended to clarify what we had understood to be the case, that with respect to these duly registered employees, to the extent that they're performing the services enumerated in the lease, that as the operator, we're the one who's responsible under the Gaming Control Act. There are a number of duties and services that the casinos provide for the sportsbook operators, whether it's surveillance, marketing. It could be as simple as restarting a kiosk if there's been a power outage, things like that. That, to my understanding, does not have to be done by one of these duly registered employees. So we enumerated the various services in the one section of the lease that Baldini's, in this case, had agreed to perform, and added language clarifying that what I said earlier with respect to who's responsible under the Gaming Control Act.
And I appreciate that. And that was, again, more specifically was my question, is if you'll have it acknowledged in your leases moving forward with the properties. So it sounds like yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And then, so then currently looking at what we have as proposed conditions for non-restricted agenda item number 9 with Baldini's, I believe then there are 5 proposed conditions. Is that your understanding? And yes.
Yes, and language was shared with me this morning by Special Agent Schweitzer to the effect that we'll submit an amended agreement within 60 days to the chairman or his designee.
And I appreciate that, you acknowledging that and putting that on the record. But my belief is there's not a formal condition that states that. Is that correct, Chief Rippey?
That is correct.
Okay, great. All right. So great. If you're great with the conditions and we have that noted on the record that you'll submit that within 60 days, I'm happy to support your application. And you mentioned 2 kiosks because I think material said 1, but sounds like now you'll have 2 kiosks.
That's the current thinking. We're actually going over there later this afternoon to walk the property, but I'm thinking we'll probably have a minimum of 2.
Great. Well, I wish you much success. Sounds like you're doing well and continuing to come before us. And thank you. Happy to support the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Very good. And just for the record, given your representations here today, Mr. Escher, we didn't think a condition, I don't think a condition is necessary as to the contract. It will just be fully resolved as addressed on the record. So with that, Madam Secretary.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Sorry. With that, Member Sandal.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. Number one, the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. Number two, prior to the commencement of the race book and sports pool and or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Tax and License Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and Regulation 22.040. Number three, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of Boomer Sportsbook LLC. Number four, any change in the agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Boomer Sportsbook LLC and Strategic Gaming Management LLC must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Board within 30 days of such change. Last, number five, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Boomer Sportsbook LLC to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk.
Very good. Thank you. Glad those were reviewed ahead of time. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. With that, we'll quickly turn, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 10.
Unrestricted number 10 are the applications of Boomer Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomer Sportsbook, doing business at Long Street Inn and Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Tidewater Inc. doing business as Long Street Inn and Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering operated by Boomer Sportsbook, doing business at Long Street Inn and Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool.
Thank you very much. Mr. Asher, before we begin, is Mr. Kaiser appearing via Zoom?
That's my understanding.
There it is.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Welcome. So, Mr. Asher, please proceed.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. My name is Joe Asher, and I'm the president and CEO of Boomer's Sportsbook, Nevada's only independent sportsbook. Mr. Vone, our Vice President of Legal and Compliance, is again on the video in Las Vegas. And as you just indicated, joining us by video is Fred Kaiser, the General Manager of the Long Street Inn. I would like to thank the board staff and especially Agent Chad Jackson for their work on this application, which is to operate a racebook and sports pool at the Long Street Inn, which is located on Highway 373 in Amargosa Valley, close to the California state line in Death Valley. Our deal for the Long Street was born here at the Gaming Control Board back in January. After I had finished appearing on another matter, Jim Marsh came up to me and raised the possibility of a kiosk at the Long Street. I stopped by there on a trip to Tonopah not long after, met Ollie, the resident water buffalo, and scouted out the location for a kiosk. And it's certainly a privilege to be in business with Jim Marsh, who has given so much to many small communities in Nevada, as well as his many contributions in the Las Vegas area. Just a special guy. If you and the commission approve our application, this will be the 16th location licensed. We do not yet have a planned opening date at this time because we've not obtained the Nye County license. There's been a delay with respect to the fire inspection, in part because of the remote nature of the location, and we're still working through that with Mr. Kaiser and his team. Customers at the Long Street, in addition to being able to bet on the kiosk, will be able to register for a Boomer's mobile account and then bet as long as they remain in the state of Nevada. I won't repeat all of the other great things about Boomers that I mentioned with respect to the prior application, but will once again thank you for the opportunity to appear and answer any questions happily that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asher. We appreciate that. Let me just say for the record, just to make it nice and quick, that all of the discussion around the amendment relative to dual registered employees, that applies to this matter as it did in equal measure to number 9, correct?
Yes, with the very small exception that I've not had a chance to speak with Mr. Kaiser about it. because he's not here, whereas I did speak to Mr. Gump, but substantively, yes.
Understood, and that's fine. Question I have for Mr. McKellar, should we have some sort of condition as it pertains to Nye County? And the fact that they have not yet received approval from Nye County? Should we condition this on their ability to finalize that?
I believe there might be a stock condition with regard to local approvals, but I don't think it's it actually might be a requirement of the Gaming Control Act, but as long as they don't have the license issue prior to getting that license, there won't be an issue moving forward. And Mr. Chairman, I'd say it's not unusual to come before the board and the commission without the local approval yet. We don't have the local approval for Baldini's. I think the next meeting of the Sparks Commission is the 29th. And when we last time for the location in Nye County at the Mitzpah, there was a delay between commission approval and getting the Nye County. So we just can't operate until we have the local approval.
Understood. I just wanted to confirm with Mr. Kayla and understand whether it needed to be a specific condition, but I appreciate that input very much. Mr. Kaiser, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer and Member Sindall and Member Assad. How are you?
Good. It's nice to see you again. Why don't you tell me how are things going at the Longstreet?
Well, right now it's pretty slow. We've got a lot of heat out here, of course, this time of the year, so it's pretty slow in the Death Valley area. And of course, a lot of our business is derived from Death Valley visitors. So right now for the next month or so, it's going to be pretty slow.
Do you think when things pick up here, that having this amenity that Mr. Asher provides through Boomers, do you think that'll be very beneficial to your customers? It's something that they've asked about, that they want.
Yes, I do. It's going to be very exciting for locals that bet soccer, especially. We have a high Hispanic market here, and they've inquired about the World Cup, of course, and we didn't have it online yet, but we told them it would be next year. So we'll have football and baseball coming up. So I think it's going to be very, very popular here. We get a high European market starting in about October, and some of those folks even make wagers themselves. So we're looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a big addition to Longstreet.
Okay, and it's Mr. Asher, it's a small area, 10 square foot, one kiosk. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm glad that you, Mr. Asher, through Boomers, are able to offer that amenity to Mr. Marsh and Mr. Kaiser's property, and I am in full support of this application.
Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. And yes, good morning, Mr. Kaiser. Mr. Asher, nice to see you again. I have to ask, Mr. Kaiser, how are you doing? How's your workload?
Doing pretty good. I've cut my mileage down a little bit.
Good.
So yeah, I've worked out pretty good. I've got good teams in both locations. Actually, as you know, I've got 6 properties that I look after.
Right.
So we managed to do pretty good. We're making progress up in Tonopah. We're doing real good up there. And of course, the Longstreet, it's a day-to-day process, but we're doing pretty good all of our locations right now, except for the slow period, but we'll get through that. Good to see you too.
Yeah, nice to see you. So you've reviewed the 5 conditions that are, the 5 conditions that are proposed with this item, Mr. Asher, and you agree to them and you're comfortable moving forward?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
And as you stated, and you currently don't have any racebook offering out there currently?
No, we do not have a race book now. The closest one would be in Pahrump.
Okay.
At one of the other, 2 of the other casino. Well, the Pahrump Nugget has a sports book, and then I think not sure if there's a sports kiosk at Saddle West, but we want to do it for convenience of our customers out here, so they don't have to make that 37-mile jaunt to Pahrump to make a bet.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but you've never had a sports book ever or a kiosk?
No, not at Longstreet.
Okay, not
No.
Well, great. This would be very great. How did this come about then? I think you said Mr. Marsh reached out to you, Mr. Asher.
He came up to me after I had appeared back in January down in Las Vegas. He was at the board for another matter, and came up to me as I was getting ready to leave the hearing room.
So because of a meeting, you were able to get another location. That's great.
Yes, that's why I asked the chairman not to put me on the consent.
That makes sense. Now that
Mhm.
makes sense.
Mhm.
Too bad the state can't be involved. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, good. Well, I wish you all great success. And just to reiterate, the same 60 days you'll work through and get the amendment to a lease here. Great. Yes, I wish you all the success and getting through the slow season this summer and things pick back up and integrating in a kiosk, a sports betting element out at Long Street. So happy to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, anything further?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just want to say, Mr. Kaiser, it's great to see you again, although it's on video, but glad to hear you're having great success and wish you well. And I don't have any questions for Mr. Asher, so I'm in
Thank
full
you,
support
Judge.
as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you very much.
Very good. With that, I believe we are in good form for a motion.
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. Number one, the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. Number two, prior to the commencement of racebook and sports pool and or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Tax and License Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.225 and Regulation 22.040. Number three, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair, the chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of Boomer's Sportsbook LLC. Number four, any change in the agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Boomer's Sportsbook LLC and Tidewater Inc., DBA Long Street Inn and Casino must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Last, number five, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Boomer Sportsbook LLC to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation with or without a kiosk to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both the manned satellite operation and a kiosk, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk.
Mr. Asher, did you have something before we voted? Looked like you wanted to say something before. Very good.
No.
Very good then. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. We'll stand in recess until 1:30.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Get that off yet?
Good afternoon. We will begin our restricted agenda. We are back on the record for our 1:30 calendar. Our first item of business this afternoon is a consideration of the matters on our restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of concern were uncovered during the investigation, and because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's restricted consent agenda.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Luke Beatty LLC doing business as Maria's Market 2 for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Hytham Beatty for licensure as a member and manager is noted on the agenda. Restricted number 3 is the application of D Boss LLC doing business as Vegas Market for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Marvin Eunice for licensure as a member and manager is noted on the agenda. Restricted number 4 is the application of 1125 Craig LLC doing business as the Cantina for a restricted gaming license. The application of Red Global LLC for licensure as a member and manager is noted on the agenda. Restricted number 5 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. doing business as Bourbon Street Sports Bar number 230 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 6 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. doing business as Dottie's number 235 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 7 is the application for Via 77 Inc. to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 13691. It is also the application of Yamini Patel for licensure as a shareholder, director, and officer as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 9 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at Las Vegas Cube Club for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 10 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at Liquor Plus Mini Mart for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Ryan's Saloon for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 12 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at TA Express Carlin for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 13 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Tequila and Whiskey Market for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Is there any discussion on these items?
None by me. Thank you.
None by me. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, very well, then I believe we are in good order for a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items 2 through 7 and numbers 9 through 13 on the restricted consent agenda as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. For restricted number 2 and number 4, a key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. For restricted item number 3, prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the licensee shall enter into a service contract with the licensed slot route operator. The term of the contract shall be for at least 1 year period of time. That's it.
Very good. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application for Hire Enterprises, Inc. to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 22293. It is also the application of Harminder Hire for licensure as a shareholder, director, and officer as noted on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Mr. Donato, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, Jeff Donato. I'm an enrolled agent, and with me today is Mrs. Hire. We appreciate the board allowing us to appear from the Las Vegas office today. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I would like to provide a brief overview of the application. Following, we'll have the applicant share some information about herself, and we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
That'll be fine, Mr. Donato. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. By way of background, the applicant's late husband owned and operated 7-Eleven store 22293 for nearly 30 years. In 1997, he was approved by the NGC to participate in the gaming revenue under Century Gaming's restricted license for the location. Following her husband's passing in 2025, the applicant obtained the necessary licenses and permits to assume operations of the store and entered into a space lease agreement with Century Gaming for the continued operation of the gaming devices. Since that time, the gaming operations has continued uninterrupted under the existing space lease agreement. Although this is the applicant's first request for finding a suitability to share in the gaming revenue, she has been actively involved in the management and day-to-day operations of the store since 1998, working alongside her late husband for more than 25 years. Through that experience, she has developed an understanding of the operational, financial, and regulatory requirements associated with operating a convenience store with restricted gaming. Accordingly, the applicant possesses the experience, knowledge, and qualifications necessary to operate the business and ensure continued compliance with Nevada gaming regulations. With that background in mind, I would like to provide a brief overview of the location and the application. The location is an existing convenience store operating as 7-Eleven store 22293 and is located at 1592 Northeastern Avenue in the city of Las Vegas. On or about September 30th, 2025, Higher Enterprises, Inc., or the corporation, assumed the operations of the store pursuant to a franchise agreement approved by 7-Eleven, Inc. The location currently has 5 gaming devices. The corporation is wholly owned by the applicant, who serves as the sole officer and director. Since Century Gaming continues to hold the restricted gaming license for the location as a slot route operator, gaming operations have remained active under a space lease arrangement. Since assuming operation of the store, the corporation has received only fixed rental payments under the space lease agreement and has not participated in any gaming revenue generated at the location. The application before the board seeks approval for the corporation to participate in the gaming revenue derived from the 5 gaming devices located at the store, as well as approval of the applicant in her capacities as the sole shareholder, officer, and director of the corporation. If approved, the existing space lease agreement will be converted to a participation agreement whereby the corporation will commence receiving a percentage of the gaming revenue under Century Gaming's restricted license. Although the applicant would participate in the gaming revenue, Century Gaming will continue to operate and maintain the gaming devices, and all gaming activity will continue to be conducted under its restricted gaming license. I would also note for the record, the applicant attended the restricted licensee compliance seminar on June 30th, 2026, demonstrating her commitment to understand and comply with the responsibilities associated with participation in Nevada gaming operations. With that, I'll have Ms. Heyer provide some information about herself.
Very good.
Push the button. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Harminder Heyer, and I've been working in that store since 1998 with my husband, whom I, like Jeff said, passed away on January 25th of 25. And I, with all my family's support and stuff, I tried to continue operating the store, and I still am. I spend like about 55 hours in the store from Monday through Friday. I'm there almost like about 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or to 6 p.m. Saturdays, I'm there till like 1 p.m. Every week varies though, but I do spend a lot of time in the store. And I do all the scheduling, all the ordering is intact, so I follow up that everything is taken care of, all the reports, taking the bank deposits, preparing the cash reports, and all that's required by 7-Eleven. And I take care of my schedules with the employees and hiring and so forth. And I'm operating the store to the max level. I don't have a manager. I have a son who is fully trained with me in case I had a sick day or something, so he could fully take over the store and keep on performing. The store keeps going and so forth. And I love spending my time in the store. It kind of makes the day go faster with the tragedy that I passed through. And I truly and utterly enjoy it, and I always have. And it makes my days go faster, and I enjoy the different people, different customers that I see in the store, and I enjoy my work at the store. very much.
In closing, Mr. Chairman, we'd also like to thank Agent Spurlock for all his work on this application. With that, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval on this application. And that concludes our presentation, and we're available to answer any questions that you may have.
Is it the case that operationally things will remain exactly as they have been for all these years?
That is correct.
Okay, and what's the key employee situation at this location?
There's not a key employee. She spends close to 50 hours a week at that location. So she is on site overseeing the day-to-day operations and actively participating in the business.
Well, first, I do want to say, Ms. Heyer, we're very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
And it sounds like you being in the business gives you a measure of comfort, and therefore you want to continue it. So, are you
Yes.
able to take the opportunity to, otherwise manage your stress and things of that nature?
I'm fine, sir. With a lot of family support and stuff, I'm doing well. Thank you.
Very good.
I can, yes.
Thank you. I'm in support of the application. Member Sendall.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Heyer and Mr. Donato.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I appreciate that you're very well qualified in as far as you've worked at the location and been around. Can you tell me specifically kind of what your involvement in dealing with the machines is and what you've done in the past in overseeing them in the location?
We make sure the slot area is very clean, and we definitely check all IDs of all the players who come over there. And we make sure that no illegal or nothing happens at my stores. And we try to overlook at the homeless people and stuff like who usually come there or whatever. We try to keep the area very clean, and Metro's always there with us, very supportive of us. We make sure that the customers are treated well, and the store is always very presentable to all customers. And we take care of all our customers very well, and the machine and all that. And the other thing is that everything is kept intact.
That's good. Glad to hear. And you work with is it United Coin Machine? Central
Yes.
Gaming?
Yes, ma'am.
And you plan to continue to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please address, I know you had an incident that occurred back in 2012, some time ago, some
Yes.
circumstances. Can you tell me how you've changed since that time and what you've sort of learned from that situation?
I had very bad tragedy at that time. I had a sister whom I lost in Africa with her 2 kids and her husband. And soon after, my father passed away. I could not go back to Africa. I was born in Africa, raised there, and then I moved to England, London. I stayed there for a while. And it was the very darkest moment. I kept going into deep depression, and I had to go on antidepressants and stuff like that. And for about 3 to 4 month period, I was very almost down in the darkest moments of my life. And I wouldn't even go anywhere. My husband would even hide the key from me from driving. One day I just saw him putting the keys in the laundry room. I was so frustrated. I just wanted to get out of the house or something. And I just drove off to a mall, and I went there, and I just didn't know even what I was doing. To be very honest with you, if I could go back and change anything, I definitely would, but that's not me. I'm not that kind of a person. I feel so embarrassed. I cannot even explain my embarrassment. I mean, it's like really bad. I feel bad. If I could go back and change anything, I definitely would. But nothing of the sort would happen in my entire lifetime. The thought of it makes me sick to my stomach. And they said, I just went in there and I just started picking up this stuff and putting in a bag. I did not realize what I was doing. And then they said that I was obviously, they caught me and stuff. And I don't have a better situation to explain. They took me in and whatever, and after that, I went for counseling. I got off the antidepressant slowly, had counseling for a while, and ever since then, I've been okay. That dark part of my life, I don't even want to think about it. I feel truly and honestly very embarrassed, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart.
I appreciate that, and I don't bring it up in a way to try to embarrass you or anything, but I just want to address it. And I understand that it happened many, many years ago. And I think since then you've shown a history of having no issues, and clearly you've worked at the store. And I appreciate your response, your written response you provided us and
Yes.
explaining it. And I have no issue in supporting your application, and I'm sorry you went through that. And I'm sorry for your recent loss as well with your
Thank you so
husband.
much.
And
Thank you.
I wish you a happier future and success with your store and your life. So
Thank you.
Chairman.
Very good. Thank you. Member Assad.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. Ms. Heyer, thank you for being here. It's nice to meet you, and Mr. Donato, good to see you again as always. I'm just wondering why no 7 machines? Is it just a matter of space? You don't have room for the 2 other machines?
Yes, sir. I only have room for 5. There's no more room for any more machines there.
Oh, very good. Thank you. And I want to express my condolences also for the loss of your husband and commend you for continuing
so
his legacy. And I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Best wishes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a
Sir,
great rest
thank
of your
you
day.
so much.
Mr. Donato, thank you. Okay. Very good. Madam Secretary, please read into the record restricted item number 8.
Restricted number 8 are the applications of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at TA Express West Wendover for a restricted gaming license, and for a waiver of the requirement of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 3.015 subsection Section B that no more than 7 slot machines are operated at a convenience store, and request Nevada Gaming approval to operate a maximum of 15 slot machines at the location.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Dreitzer, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Debbie Cornine. I'm the Director of Compliance for Century Gaming. And with your permission, I'm here today to present the application of United Coin Machine Co. doing business as Century Gaming Technology, doing business as TA Express West Wendover for restricted gaming license.
Very good. Thank you. Please proceed.
TA Express West Wendover is located at 800 Leppy Hills Boulevard in West Wendover, off the Interstate 80 at exit 410. This company's primary business is that of a full-service truck stop with approximately 9,038 total square feet of primary business, 6,000 square feet dedicated to retail sales, and approximately 225 square feet will be needed for the operation of the slot machines. The maximum occupancy at this location is approximately 175. In addition to typical convenience store items, the location offers 3 quick-serve restaurants, a Sbarro, Del Taco, and a Bojangles. The Del Taco and Bojangles restaurants offer a drive-through option also. There are a total of 28 gas pumps, 20 dedicated to cars, 8 dedicated to trucks. There are 9 private showers for truck drivers, 153 on-site truck parking spaces, a trucker's lounge with a bar, and a public laundry facility. The location employs approximately 100 people, but that is including the quick service restaurant staff. This location is currently open and operating. They opened in November of 2025. There are no schools, parks, or churches within 1,500 feet of the location, so it is not likely to attract many minors. Additionally, it is in the intention of the operators to not cater to minor clientele, with the exception of the typical highway travelers and people that come into the convenience store. With regard to the gaming areas, if approved, slot machines would be placed in 2 separate areas. The Truckers Lounge would have up to 8 games, and the convenience store would have 7. Based on the aforementioned, Century is respectfully requesting a waiver of NJC Regulation 3.0153B, which provides that gaming is presumed to be incidental to the primary business, provided that 7 slot machines are operated at a convenience store. And we request the Nevada Gaming Commission approval to operate a maximum of 15 slot machines at the location, of whose primary business it functions substantially. The business functions substantially exceed those of a traditional convenience store, as the primary business is that of a full truck stop with all the amenities therein. Century believes that this application qualifies for a waiver based on exceptional circumstances, as noted, and is consistent with Reg 3.010 and the public policy of state of Nevada. With that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Conine. As you, I'm sure, are aware, the granting of a waiver under NGC Regulation 3.0154 is not readily given.
Yes.
And the record needs to reflect in great detail that it isn't just a convenience store that becomes a glorified convenience store. And it's your burden to show that the gaming, if increased to 15 machines, remains incidental to the business, and that it's a small part of the business, thus incidental, by way of the time spent managing the slots, by way of the floor space, by way of the revenue portion, and by way of the additional amenities offered. You understand all that, correct?
I completely understand that, yes.
Yeah, and based upon your presentation today and what we have in the materials, where you have 225 square feet across 6,000 feet, and it sounds like from what you've said today, you're going to separate that, the gaming portion of that into 2 separate areas, one for the trucker space and then one for the more traditional convenience space. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And without going into detailed numbers, it certainly appears as though were you to expand to 15 games, management time would still be pretty minimal compared to the time management will spend to manage the rest of the concern. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Very good. And then finally, with respect to the revenue, it does appear, again, I won't say the numbers, but it does appear that the slot machine revenue is a much smaller number relative to the large overall revenue for the location, correct?
That is correct. And of course, I could provide those numbers to you if they're requested.
We have that. We have them. I just
okay. Thank you.
Talk about it on public meeting, but I did want to establish that for the record. That coupled with, from my perspective, all of the things you mentioned relative to it being a full service truck stop, the fact that there are showers, the fact that there's laundry capability, 3 restaurants. I may have missed a few things. The fact that you employ over 100 people throughout the site. It's my position, having made that record as you've done today, and now I've followed on with that, you do meet the burden under the reg to be given this waiver to go to 15 machines. I believe, based upon all of this, when looking at it in full, it isn't just a convenience store that you're just trying to expand the number of units. It looks as though there's a big business there, and it serves a rural community. I think that's also an important point out in Wendover. And obviously there's a huge amount, as we have the number, but you don't have to say it, but certainly an enormous amount of gas sales and things of that nature. So when read all together, I believe you've met the burden. I believe that it is appropriate to grant this waiver and that the exceptional circumstances do exist. So I'm in support of your application.
Thank you.
Very good. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Ms. Cornine, nice to see you again. Bottom line for me, this is not a convenience store. It's a truck stop and a very large one at that. We've got several case precedents before yours with other similar types of truck stops where we have granted this waiver. You went through the whole litany, 3 restaurants, 28 gas pumps, 9 showers, 153 truck spaces, a lounge, a laundry facility. So clearly this isn't your everyday convenience store. I believe you have met the requirements of 3.015 sub 3 sub B. So I too am in support of your application.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Member Sandal.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Cornine. Thank you for your affirmative presentation. I'm in full support and I in agreement with the record already put on before me by my colleagues that you meet the requirements of the waiver, along with, as stated, the facilities, the size, the revenue share. The name itself, I was curious, TA Express West Wendover?
Yeah, I believe the TA is Travel America.
America Express West Wendover. Okay. Yeah, because I did notice too, as one of the kind of like other factors you can look at is how is it promoted, right? And this is not promoted as just a run-of-the-mill convenience store. This is kind of
On their, excuse me,
Oh, go ahead.
on the website, it's quite dedicated to being a truck stop and a travel center.
Got it.
And thus, I believe the name TA, I believe, is Travel America.
Wonderful. And I think that just even more is another reason to support the reason for qualifying for the waiver under these circumstances. So I'm happy to support the application.
Very good. Ms. Cornyn, do you have anything else to add before we move to a motion?
I do not.
Very good. Thank you. So with that, would either of my colleagues care to offer a motion?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I would like to thank Ms. Jasmine Jeffries for her excellent work on this application.
Thank you. We appreciate that very much. With that, we have concluded our restricted agenda for the day. So, Madam Secretary, please read into the record our next item to be heard.
You have one casino patron dispute appeal. That item is Kevin O'Brien versus William Hill U.S. Holdco. Inc., case number 26RN00021. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed.
Thank you. Before we begin consideration of this matter, is there anybody in Carson City or Las Vegas here on this item? Seeing none, I open the discussion to the board. Member Sendall.
Thank you, Chairman. I've had an opportunity to review the recommendation from the hearing officer regarding this matter as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert. I am in support of, based on the findings of fact, the analysis and the summary provided, and believe that the record put on and in review of the transcript of the hearing that took place by hearing examiner Agnew, that there is sufficient evidence to support his finding and basis for affirming the denial of the requested payment. The petitioner's failed essentially to prove his burden to return the wager. So that's where I stand, and happy to make more further comments, but I'd like to hear where my colleagues stand.
Very good. Thank you. Member Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. When you make a wager, you walk away with a ticket. You're supposed to check your ticket. If you have a dispute or a claim to make, you have to do it before the game is over. So I'm also in agreement with the hearing officer's recommendation to deny.
Very good. Thank you, Member Assad. I have reviewed the record and I am in agreement with my colleagues. The individual did nothing to support his burden. It appeared to have been potentially a mistaken bet, but a mistaken bet on his part. And as Member Assad has said, You have to bring that to the attention before the actual event takes place, which in this case he did not. So therefore, having not met their burden, I am in support of the hearing examiner's recommendation. So with that, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, Chairman Dreutzer, I move that the board affirm and sustain the recommendation of the hearing examiner in the matter of case number 26 RN 00021 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Thank you very much, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreutzer?
Aye, the motion passes. Very good. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record our next item.
Next, you have your regulation agenda item, and it is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 14 as noted on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Before we begin with the presentation of this item, Madam Secretary, have we received any public comments via email specific to this item?
No, we have not.
Very good. And with that, I see Mr. Somps here.
Yes.
Who I believe is here to speak on this matter.
I am.
And before we do that, I would like to see, is there anybody in Las Vegas who would like to speak on this matter as well?
Hi, Chairman Dreutzer. I am here as well.
Chief Eberwein, nice to see you. Very good. So with that, I will ask, I believe, Mr. Somps to begin his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam Secretary. For the record, Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. Before you for your consideration and possible recommendation up to the Nevada Gaming Commission are a very small change to Regulation 14.045 that is contained in a draft dated June 8th of 2026. These changes were initiated by the Technology Division, and it's my understanding that they are based on a request from industry representatives. Looking at Regulation 14.045 and the proposed change, what is proposed is a change to the minimum rate of progression for inter-casino link systems from 0.4% down to 0.1% of the amounts wagered. Just so you're aware, statutorily, the commission is required to set by regulation this particular standard. That's NRS 463.15993. The other thing I want to say, and of course, Chief Eberwein can speak to this further if you'd like, but the reason for the change, as I understand it, it is intended to promote innovation and to maintain Nevada's competitiveness in this particular area. So those are all of the proposed changes. I think that if you do recommend this up to the commission, it's appropriate to have them made effective upon adoption. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure Chief Eberwein has something to add as well.
Yes, I actually have a question for Chief Eberwein, but before that, Chief Eberwein, if you'd like to make an affirmative presentation, we'll take that at this time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Member Sendall, and Judge Assad. For the record, Jeremy Eberwein, Chief of the Technology Division at the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I have an affirmative presentation that talks about the background, how the prizes work, the history of the regulation, and points of consideration for the regulation change. Let me know if for the sake of brevity, you prefer me to just get to the hot topics there, or if you are okay with doing the entire presentation.
I think the record should have you do the whole presentation. I think it's important enough to get that on the public record, so please proceed.
Thank you. On June 4th, 2026, the Association of Gaming Equipment Manufacturers, AGEM, petitioned the board for a regulation change to NGC Regulation 14.05 subsection 1, which currently requires a primary meter for an inter-casino link system to increment by at least 0.4% of each wager. AGEM's petition is to lower this minimum increment rate from 0.4% to 0.1%. As Dag Somp said, this regulation is required by NRS 463.15993, which requires the commission to establish a minimum rate of progression for the primary jackpot meter, but does not lay out any restriction on the value. The statute was adopted in 1999, and the conforming regulation change was adopted in May of 2000. So how these work, the definition for an inter-casino link system is broad, but includes and is mostly geared towards a category of product known as wide area progressives or multi-site progressives. These progressives display a prize that increments with every wager and have players at multiple gaming establishments contributing to the same prize, enabling the prize to be a higher value due to pooled liquidity. If you have gone through and seen a prize that is incrementing and its value is in the hundreds of thousands or higher, it is most likely one of these wide area progressives. The rate of progression, also known as the increment rate, is a parameter that dictates how much of each wager is contributed towards the prize to make an increment. An easy example is if a player was playing for a progressive that had a 5% increment rate and they wagered $1, that prize would increment by 5 cents. There are many other parameters involved in configuring wide area progressives, but the statute and regulation limit their scope to the rate of progression only and only for the primary jackpot meter, regardless of how many wide area progressive prizes are actually available on the game. As mentioned before, the relevant section of NRS 463 was adopted in 1999. Based on records available to me, it appears at the time this was added as part of a larger effort to regulate the operators of inter-casino linked systems due to concerns of competition between those operators and regular non-restricted operators. I did not see a clear reason as to why the rate of progression itself was singled out. When it comes to the changes to Regulation 14, it turns out the board initially proposed a value of 0.1% for this increment rate, and members of industry recommended it be increased to 0.4%. And this was a request from their customers. Again, a clear reason was not mentioned in the transcripts. So there have been two major changes in the last 26 years that warrant reconsideration of this regulation. The first is the complexity of the games has increased. When the statute and regulation were originally adopted, the typical wide area progressive game had one prize per game. Now games may have multiple wide area progressive prizes or a combination of wide area progressive prizes and local progressive prizes. Yet this regulation singles out one parameter for one prize and does not account for the offerings as a whole. Now, the bigger one, though, is until 2016, all wide area progressives available in Nevada had to be restricted to this state. In 2016, regulations were amended to allow for multi-jurisdictional progressive prizes. So now, instead of having dozens of players playing for the same prize at the same time, there can now be hundreds. This would include connecting the states that do not have a requirement for a minimum rate of progression at all. Further on that point, Nevada and jurisdictions that adopted Nevada standards to meet their own needs are the only jurisdictions which have a requirement for a minimum rate of progression. Both our own research and a statement from AGM identified Arkansas and possibly Mississippi as the only other states that have this. This makes Nevada stand out in a way that is more restrictive than the rest of the industry for a reason that is not documented to have any benefit for Nevada. Additionally, this may exclude Nevada from being able to participate in multi-jurisdictional prizes due to that restriction. Based on the history and these points for consideration, the Technology Division supports AGM's petition and put forward this proposed regulation change.
Thank you very much. I had one or two questions before, and now I've got a few more. Chief Everyone, why not then pursue a attack where we actually just repeal that as opposed to making it 0.1?
That is a possible route. Obviously, that would have to be a BDR. This would be a more timely solution for the short term here. That's definitely a long-term plan we can go.
Okay, understood. So it offers nearer term relief.
Yes.
Is it your view that taking it to 0.1 would allow Nevada to participate in those multi-jurisdictional progressives that you described earlier?
Yes, it does. And this, I had some discussions with members of industry on this. This doesn't come up a lot, and it's really more due to more complex game designs. So it is probably more exception than the rule that they need something that low. That all being said, it's been 26 years that this regulation's been in effect, and this is really the first case where anybody has come forward to say that they want it lowered. Even with it at 0.4%, the typical progressives that we've seen come through have been higher than that. So like I said, I think this is more exception than the norm.
Very good. And then just for those of us who might be uninitiated from a technology standpoint, there are no safety concerns at all in terms of varying the rate of progression. Is that correct?
That's correct.
From an integrity standpoint, all that sort of stuff is covered, just irrespective of what the rate is, correct?
That's correct. That's all part of the testing that's done at the test labs. And there's a requirement that they essentially have to reconcile the progressive amounts, and that's done regardless of what the progressive rate is.
So you indicated earlier you had some conversations with members of industry. So overall, I know we haven't received any commentary, but you can represent today that members of industry and associations of industry have stood in support of this change. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, very good. Well, I think this is another example where we are doing things that are present day and important to be done. It's common sense, I think, and it allows Nevada to keep pace given the complexities of the multi-state progressive opportunities, and also to give operators flexibility to create the kind of progressive programs they want. And to your point, to reemphasize this, you're saying the vast majority of games of this nature that are designed actually exceed the 0.4, right? So is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's a matter of just providing further optionality for all of the manufacturers in Nevada so that they can offer compelling products, not unlike what you'll find in other states.
That's correct.
Very good. All right, I am in full support of this, and I think that this is yet another example of the Governor Lombardo's mandate as it pertains to removing regulations or modifying regulations where it makes sense for 2026, and to regulate at the speed of business, which this does, without giving up any sort of concern around safety. So I fully support it, and I appreciate that you brought it here today. Member Sendall.
Thank you, Chief Eberwein and Senior DAG Somps for your affirmative presentations and your work on this and working quickly through this. And I appreciate the background and history of where we're at. And should you move forward with the BDR, I'm in agreement that this is a quick, responsive change for now, right? And it gets it done and addresses the issue. And what we do in the future can take place at that time. But I am in full support, and I appreciate the chairman making a record and going through and explaining the history of it. So thank you. And I have nothing further to add.
Thank you very much. Member Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you to Senior Deputy Somps as well. And Chief Eberwein, thank you for that excellent presentation and explanation. I do appreciate it. Since I'm not a very techie kind of a person, I have trouble logging on to Amazon to make a purchase. I have my niece do that for me. So I really appreciate your explanation. This is all Greek to me, but I trust you and AGEM that you're moving Nevada in the right direction. And I too am in support of the petition to amend Reg 14.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Somps and Mr. Eberwein, for the presentation. And with that, I believe we're in good form for a motion.
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move that the board recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission for adoption the proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 14 that are before us with the draft date of June 8th, 2026, along with the recommendation that the amendments become effective.
Kendall, we have a comment. Somebody would like to speak on the
Oh,
on the item.
I'm sorry.
Somebody's in attendance.
Ms. Benu, please step forward.
Thank you.
We weren't sure if you wanted to speak, but happy to have you make a comment for the record.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Sorry to interrupt. Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sendall, and Madam Secretary. For the record, Kelsey Benu with the law firm Fenimore. I appear today as gaming counsel and on behalf of the Association of Gaming Equipment Manufacturers, or AGEM. AGEM and its members would like to first express support for the proposed amendment to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 14.045 to revise the minimum rate of progression from 0.4% down to 0.1%. At the outset, we would like to thank the board staff, Chief Jeremy Eberwein, the Technology Division, and the Gaming Laboratory for their continued efforts to review and modernize Nevada's gaming regulations and technical standards. These efforts recognize Nevada's commitment to continue to evolve, remain competitive with other gaming jurisdictions, and maintain the high regulatory standards that have long made Nevada the gold standard in gaming regulation. As has been noted on the record, AGEM has submitted some comments, but if I may, I would like to just briefly highlight a few additional reasons for support.
Please.
Thank you. Regulation 14.05, as Chief Eberwein stated, was adopted in 1999 when the gaming equipment marketplace looked very different. There was significantly less competition amongst manufacturers, and linked progressive products were far less prevalent than they are today. At the time, a 0.4% minimum progression rate reflected the prevailing industry standard, and Nevada adopted that approach. Over the past 25 years, however, the marketplace has evolved, as has been stated today. There are substantially more licensed manufacturers, product offerings have expanded, and most state and tribal jurisdictions now permit a 0.1% minimum progression rate. For manufacturers, that can mean significantly modifying products that comply with requirements in most jurisdictions just to satisfy Nevada's technical requirement. This is a measured update to a technical requirement that has remained unchanged for more than 2 decades. It reflects the evolution of the marketplace and reduces the need for Nevada-specific modifications while maintaining Nevada's longstanding commitment to effective gaming regulation. We recognize this rulemaking is part of a broader ongoing modernization effort, and we appreciate the board's willingness to engage with industry throughout that process. AGEM looks forward to continuing to work collaboratively with the board and staff on future regulatory updates and industry guidance that strengthens Nevada's position as a premier gaming jurisdiction. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Banu. I just have one comment. First of all, I fully agree with the comments that you made. I think they were very well said. And I want to, for the record, state my appreciation for Darren Dorsey and AGEM and their leadership and support and their guidance on many of the issues that we've dealt with when it comes to gaming technology. And so we've worked well together with both AGEM and other members of the industry, and we at the board certainly expect to continue to do so. So thank you very much, and we appreciate your input. Do either of my colleagues have any questions or comments for Ms. Banu?
I don't have any. Thank you.
I just appreciate Ms. Banu's comments and wish her well in her new endeavor.
Thank you. It's nice to see you. And Mr. Dorsey would have liked to be here, but he's currently on an airplane. So I'm here in his place. Thank you.
Understood. We appreciate that. And again, we thank you for that and thank you for the leadership shown. So with that, I do believe we're in good form for a motion.
Great. And there's no more public comment. Would anybody else like to make a public comment? Okay.
Doesn't appear there are any.
Okay, great. Chairman Dreitzer, I move that the board recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission for adoption the proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 14 that are before us with the draft date of June 8th, 2026, along with the recommendation that the amendments become effective upon adoption.
Very good. Thank you very much, Member Sindall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you very much. That'll bring us to our final section of the meeting today, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon. However, we are happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So with that, first, let's stay here in Carson City. If there's anyone in the room wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. Seeing none, anyone in Las Vegas, if there's anyone in Las Vegas wanting to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record. Seeing none, that will close our public comment section of today's meeting. And this concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of July 2026. Thank you all for attending in person or virtually today. We stand adjourned. Thank you.